Good morning. So welcome to the second day of the MIDAS Symposium. Thanks for being us in relatively cold weather. But today, our third speaker, keynote speaker, is no stranger to cold weather. So we have Professor Tanya Berger-Wolf from University of Illinois at Chicago. I was reading her abstract again today. It sounds exciting, so please indulge me for a moment to introduce all the work she has done so that you can know her a little better. So Dr. Tanya Berger-Wolf is currently professor of computer science at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She currently heads the computational population biology lab. And as a computational ecologist, her research is at the unique intersection of computer science, wildlife, biology, and social sciences. And she aims to create computational solutions to address questions such as how environmental factors would affect the behavior of social animals, human included. Professor Berger-Wolf is also a director and co-founder of the conservation software WildMe. It's a home of the Wild Book Project, which enabled the first ever full census of the entire species, the endangered Gravy's zebra in Kenya, using photographs from ordinary citizens. And Professor Berger-Wolf holds a PhD in computer science from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. And she has received numerous awards for her research and mentoring, including University of Illinois Scholar, UIC Distinguished Researcher of the Year, and US NSF Career. And there are other awards such as Association for Women in Science, Association for Women in Science, Chicago Innovator, and the UIC Mentor of the Year. So without further ado, let's welcome Professor Berger-Wolf to give her talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting me here. Hopefully this works. Oops. There we go. Can you hear me well? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So computational ecology, what is that? And what is, in general, the type of science that data science enables? Well, actually, science has always been data science, data-driven science, right? Since Poincaré set out his scientific method, saying that, which is the model we use today in science of observation, hypothesis, experiment, and that cycle, he said in that little book, which I highly recommend, by the way, that the scientific method consists in observation and experiment. If the scientist had an infinity of time at his disposal, it would be sufficient to say to him, look, and look carefully. But since he has no time to look at everything, and above all, to look carefully, and since it is better to not look at all than to look carelessly, he's forced to make a selection. So the first question then is to know how to make the selection, and this question affects everybody from mathematicians to physicists and biologists and social sciences, and every time we do science. So in that cycle of from going from question to answer through observation, experimentation, hypothesis generation, and analysis, and sort of so on, where does computation come in? What does it change? So first, the new technologies has brought in a lot more data. Right? So this allows scientists to look at a lot more stuff. But since it is better not to look at all than to look carelessly, this data has to come with new ways to look at it, new analysis techniques. Right? And so that's the second contribution. But all of it, so all of these extracting patterns and looking at data carefully, has to come with new ways of stating and generating hypotheses, and hopefully new hypotheses. So to me, this is the main, so this is kind of the contributions of data science, and particularly the computational aspects of data science to the scientific process. And I'll show you examples going from more data, different data, looking at it carefully, and coming up, which allows scientists, hopefully, to not only to answer the old questions in different ways, but to ask new questions. Okay? So the particular scientists that I work with are computational ecologists, but they particularly behavioral ecologists. So they're interested in the behavior of animals in the context of environment and evolution. So they're asking questions, why would an animal do, in fitness terms, this rather than that? Okay? And for many, many, many years, this is what data collection looked like and still looks like. Biologists go out to the field, collect different kinds of data, bring it back into the lab and analyze it. And it's not that they don't like going into the field. I mean, many of them got into their field of study because of the ability to go into the field. Here's one of my former postdocs, David Papana, observing social behavior of these primates called gelada, not ice cream. So these are herbivore primates in Ethiopia. They're very, very easily habituated. They allow you to come pretty close. These are wild. It's not zoo or safari or anything. They allow you to come pretty close, which allows you to really observe their behavior. But even with 3 people, here's David and 2 of his assistants, looking at this entire population, you have to choose what is it that you're going to look at carefully, right? You either cannot focus on one animal and write down all the interactions of that animal, or you can do this scan technique, which is you scan the entire population and you note down every interaction that you observed during that scan. So that is quite a bit of a selection. You miss quite a bit of interaction. You're really not observing all the interactions at all times. And so the type of inference that you can make about social behavior is very limited by the type of data that you can look at carefully. But, okay, well, that's complex. You have to observe quite a bit, right, to figure out the social behavior. And by the way, there is another group right there of gelada that they're not even looking at. They can't, right? So, observing, maybe it's hard to carefully observe complex behavior. But even fundamental things like how many animals there are, we don't know from many populations. We don't have the basic data, right? So International Unit of Conservation of Nature, Red List, is the official organization that determines conservation status of species in the world. So when we say that the species are endangered, it's because IUCN, International Unit of Conservation of Nature, Red List, determined they're endangered. So the recent biodiversity report that came from UN came on data based from IUCN Red List. They're currently tracking about 90,000 species. Their goal is to have 160,000 by 2020. Of these 90,000, it's an ambitious goal, right? To know how many, where they are, and whether the populations are going up or down. That's like basic things. So of these 90,000 species that they're tracking, 15,000 are data deficient. That's their official status, meaning we have no clue at all. And it's not something obscure. These are animals like orca, killer whales. 46,000 more than half of those, of the ones they track. The trend of the population is unknown. Again, not something obscure. Polar bears. And for many more where we know the trend, it's only very rough trend for species, iconic species like savanna elephants, African elephants. We don't know how fast they're being poached. And for species that we supposedly do know, the remaining couple of thousand, here's, for example, the global population estimate for whale sharks, the largest fish on Earth. It's estimated to be about 103,000 with a standard error between 27,000 and 180,000. That's a very scientific way of saying we have no clue. Right? So how do we get the basic data, right? So that's where technology can get. So for complex things like social behavior, you can maybe put tags on your entire population. So here's, you can put tags on, You can put tags on ants. For some reason, the movies are not playing. That's not a good sign. So you can put tags on your ants. You can put QR codes on your ants. That's a job for a graduate student. All of them, all hundreds of these ants, and track them with video cameras. You can color code your ants, or you can put QR codes on bees and flies. So these are from Switzerland, from University of Lausanne. These are from Max Planck Institute in Germany. This is University of Arizona. You can even tattoo your animals, which is what they do to Tungara frogs in Texas, Austin. Great. So these are small animals. What about big ones? Well, you can put collars on your animals. Here you can collar, it's pretty standard practice these days. You can have GPS collars on your animals, and you can say, okay, if they're maybe close enough, for long enough, they're interacting, right? Because once you have that kind of data, now you have to infer behavior from the sensors, infer interactions. When humans observe animals, we kind of know, yeah, they're interacting. I'm interacting with you right now. But, you know, from sensors, we have to start inferring. And in fact, but these proximity sensors don't give you social interactions. And so in collaboration with Matt Crowfoot from Max Planck Institute of Animal Behavior in the University of Constance in Germany, so we're developing a whole new set of sensors that are high resolution and multimodal. So not only these are GPS sensors that are tracking every second of these baboon location, the entire troop. Yeah, the movie is not playing. Somewhere? Okay. This is, imagine. So let me see if we can at least get some of it by...
I'm happy to click it for you.
No, it's not clicking. It should be automatic, and it should be... I think it did not download. It's the problem. Yeah. So anyway, this is unfortunate. Okay. So these are the baboons, and we can track them for the entire, for 2 weeks at high resolution. So these are the baboons. They're sleeping right now, and clearly do not want to wake up. Because over the course of the day, they move across this open area to get to the food part over here, right? And they go pretty tight formation while they're moving here, because it's open area. It's dangerous. There are leopards there, but they kind of spread out and start eating once they get there. And so you start seeing behavior from movement, but it's not enough for social behavior. So we designed sensors not only that they have GPS and accelerometer and voice recording and direct proximity sensors on the collar, but we also designed this. Oh, this movie is playing. Okay. I don't know if you noticed what was the so this bracelet, like a Fitbit, Bundit. That has accelerometer, so we can start tracking grooming behavior, which is what they're doing. Anybody notice the problem with that setup? Yeah. So again, job for graduate students and postdoc. So Grace and Carter are graduate student, next graduate student, and Roe is postdoc. So if you notice, Carter is a lefty. And so we put the bracelets on the right. Turns out, by the way, that other primates are mostly lefties. So we should put, and many animals are lefties, so we start putting the bracelet on the left to test the behavior. So that's Daisy. There's her bracelet. But the thing is that it illustrates that you're actually going to lose some data, that there are going to be errors in your data. And so you have to, even when we think we're tracking the entirety of the population and the entirety of the behavior, we still have to make sure that we're looking at it carefully, right? And so the problem is then that now we've opened up this whole new set of behaviors that we could be looking at, of data that we could be looking at, right? So we have all these sensors. we have tons and tons more data for scientists to look at. But they're not interested in sensors. They're interested in behavior, right? This is an ethogram of the behaviors of interest of these baboons, of these species. So how do we go from here, from the sensor data, to the complex behavior data at individual, pairwise, and group level behavior of social animals? And so we've developed quite a few techniques over the years, starting with adversarial sequence prediction, more recently using deep learning techniques, so using dynamic network embedding and representation, and leveraging also the hierarchical structure of these diagrams to improve inference simultaneously at individual, pairwise, and group level behavior from these sensor data. So scientists can look at these data and look carefully. Okay. Not only that, but one would say, okay, the animals do not behave in isolation, right? They behave in the context of their environment and evolution. So we can also get pretty detailed data on the environment in which they locate. So this is a different data set, not the same baboons. These are spider monkeys on Barro Colorado Island, where we flew a drone to map out point cloud data of the entirety of the island with all the canopies of all the trees. And we can identify fruiting trees, which is what these monkeys eat, and start asking questions how these species, as well as others that eat the fruit of these trees, use the landscape and to get to the food, and whether they have a mental map of the landscape or actually just do this visibility site-based planning. Right? So we can, as I said, this is one way to give more data, so to give scientists to look at more and more carefully. But today, the most available by far and most abundant source of information about anything are images, right? Coming from scientists, field assistants, camera traps, which is what's there, tourists, people posting stuff on social media. So particularly about food, but also about animals. So these are actually all students in a unique course that we developed called Field Computational Ecology, where we take computer scientists, ecologists, natural resource students, and other engineers, and give them background, sort of broad background in all the disciplines, and then they work on these projects, very hands-on projects in Kenya, with fieldwork in Kenya. So okay, if we can take if we can take pictures and look at them carefully, right, to extract all the information, identify all the animals, but these come with their own barcode, right? So you don't even have to put these QR codes on zebras. If you could really pull them all out, so can you find all the zebras from all these images? No? Okay, so we can. How many zebras are there? So we can. So we've developed a system where we can take all these images coming from all these different sources and can not only find all the ones that contain animals and identify and localize them in the pictures, so find where the animals are in those pictures, and identify this not only species but down to individual animals. So not just savanna elephant, humpback whale, hawksbill turtle, or gray zebra, but Zippy the zebra and Joe the giraffe and Willie the whale and Terry the turtle and so on. So under the hood, we have a five-step deep learning, so deep convolutional neural networks, to go from an image to species to bounding boxes to quality and viewpoint of that animal, rough segmentation, and then of all of those, which ones are potentially individually identifiable. Because it is better to not to look at all than to look carelessly. And turns out, if you look at bad images of low resolution, obscure, partial, and whatever, you're actually introducing more error, more noise than doing good, right? But then the identification of animals, individual identification, is not deep learning, and I am happy to talk why this is not a learning problem at all. So we use very old technology from 1990s called SIFT, Scale Invariant Feature Transform, with a particular infrastructure, data structure that allows us to really leverage this transitivity of if this picture is the same animal as that one and that one is this, then we can really make the assumption that all three of them are the same. And we can do it for anything striped, spotted, wrinkled, notched, as well as using the shape of a whale's fluke, very different algorithm, but whale's fluke or dorsal fin of a dolphin. And so we built this system called Wildbook. We started a nonprofit called WildMe, which now has other projects in addition to Wildbook. And then, so now we have the individual, and then with the information on when and where the image was taken, you can really start tracking animals, counting population sizes at scale, and even do their social network. So this is the social network of the most popular animal on the Wildbook for cetaceans, whales and dolphins, Pinchy. She's a celebrity. I encourage you to look her up. And so, yeah, she's a sperm whale, and these are social animals. And all of the observations come from photographs in this case by scientists or people just contributing their vacation photos of whale watching. We've recently started actively looking out for these videos and pictures from your vacations. We started with YouTube. We built an agent, a bot that looks through YouTube videos, public ones. This is an example with a whale shark. So it finds the ones that contain, in this case, whale shark, identifies the frames that have it. We identify the individual and use natural language processing for title and description to find when and where the video was taken. Once we do that, the data is added to the, in this case, Wildbook for whale sharks. Here it is, Cancun, July 2017. The source is YouTube. If you notice here, we also list all the scientific and conservation projects that have this specific animal in their data set. Because these are global animals, global species, so there is not one project, not one organization that have the information even about one individual, all the information about one individual. So this enables collaboration in a very direct way. And our bot in 2018 brought in more data to Wildbook than for whale sharks, because we piloted it with whale sharks, than all the human contributors combined. And this is unique data. So this is data not replicated by other sightings. And so today, Wildbook for whale sharks has, this is of yesterday, more than 10,500 identified individuals. Oh, this is the old one. Sorry. This is the old version. Identified individuals, actually more than 70,000 sightings as of yesterday. And it's a collaboration of more than 8,000 citizen scientists directly contributing, 196 conservation and science projects, and one very intelligent bot. So with that, the IUCN Red List information for whale sharks now comes from Wildbook for whale sharks, because we now have more than 10% of the global population identified uniquely and can track it. The most comprehensive study on the biology of whale sharks was published using data from Wildbook, co-authored by 37 authors who met through these collaboration pointers on the pages of Wildbook. Most of them have never met in person. We have Wildbooks for more than 30 species, and the goal by the end of the year for us is to get to 300 at least. And so these are, and the species span the entire globe, and they're both marine and terrestrial, including those polar bears. So hopefully we'll start tracking. This system-enabled, wildbook-enabled, the first ever in history full census of an entire species, the endangered gravy zebra, 95% of whom are in Kenya, by photographs from just people driving around the country for 2 days. So in 2016, January, hundreds of people took more than 40,000 images of gravy zebra in 2 days, and we identified them all, and then provided the most accurate count to date. It was so good that Kenya Wildlife Service asked us to do it again, and in 2018 we did it again. This time they also asked to add, so more than 1,000 people participated then. They asked us to add reticulated giraffe to the count. This is my absolutely favorite giraffe in the world. We call it Emo-Giraffe. It has a heart and a smiley face. Come on. Right. All right. So, and we're now in preparation for the 2020 rally. The event is called the Great Gravies Rally. That's starting. That's going to be in January 2020. So registration is full swing. We expect more than 2,000 people participating. So you can also register and be a team going to Kenya and taking pictures. We've started also collaboration with Max Planck, Tübingen, in Tübingen, Michael Black, and Amir Khan, Senia Polikovsky, and Sylvia Zufi. So this is because there are a couple of problems just using just images. So we can do more and we can do better. So recently we published a paper where we can, just by taking a 2D picture, we can reconstruct the 3D model, the full 3D shape of the animal. And what it allows us to do to start doing pose estimation, doing behavior without putting sensors, but purely from videos. And identify not only species and individual, but sex and age of an animal, and potentially maybe health by looking at the changes in the 3D shape and maybe the gait of the animal. So purely from images. Right? So, but if we're going to do this, if we're going to do even simple things like population size estimate from photographs, are we looking at it carefully, right? We're certainly looking at more data, but are we looking at it carefully? And so we've done an extensive analysis of the citizen science event, the Great Gravies Rally, and both to make sure that we're looking to do spatial correlation, to make sure that we're covering the area in the right way, because people can only go on the roads. What happens when the animals are too far off the road or in the bush and not visible at all? Are we really seeing them all? Are we seeing enough to make inference about the population size and movement? And so the answer is yes. Very, very, very resounding yes. So for example, for the first Gravies Rally, by the mid-morning of the second day, this is the total number of photographs taken, and this is the number of new animals sighted, right? So by mid-morning of the second day, we essentially, there were no new animals. But it's no new animals, what about the ones that never came into the view at all? And so we, over the course of the following 2 years, between the 2016 and 2018, when the next Gravies Rally was done, as well as the monitoring by Kenya Wildlife Service and the Gravies Zebra Conservation Trust, turns out that we've seen more than 99% of all the animals in that event. The ones that haven't been seen are the ones that were born in the intervening 2 years. So yes, it really allows us to count. So now again, for zebras, Gravies zebras, it's also the official number for IUCN Red List. And the Kenya Wildlife Service turned it into the official way to monitor the population of these endangered species, based their entire species management plan on this, committed resources, funding, land, people, and all 6 governors of the counties that have Gravies zebra in Kenya have signed on to this plan. In fact, they've even allowed in one of the counties where there are not enough juveniles as a percentage of the population. Any ideas why, by the way? Why there wouldn't be enough juvenile zebras? Yeah?
Too many predators.
Great answer. Yeah, they're doing such a great job with lion conservation that there are too many lions per zebra, and lions are like, oh, baby zebra, barcoded snack. So, so the numbers are so solid that Kenya Wildlife Service allowed, for the first time, a very controversial contraception program for lions to put the population of predators and prey in balance, and it's working. We know it's working. But we're looking at it carefully. If we're starting to bring in data from all these various sources, the models for population estimate are not built for social media, for YouTube agents, right? So not only that, there are many biases that come into this process of really seeing the world through the pictures that are coming from all of these sources. So we have the true population, right? If you're using images as the source of information, in fact, if you're using observation, you have to be there at the right time in the right place. And that's the first source of bias, whether you're a camera trap, a drone, or a human taking a picture. There are different types of biases, but they all have bias that come right here. Then deciding to take a picture, right? That's the next source of bias. Again, whether you're a camera trap, activating in time and in good way, or a human taking that picture. For humans, then come the bias of deciding to post it on social media in a way which is scrapable and accessible on the right social media that we actually use, and the way we, sort of the limitations of that social media platform in terms of rates of access and the type of data that they provide, and then using the models for estimating the population. And what we're interested in is really how much error, right? We're interested in minimizing this and making sure that what comes out of all of these biases is close enough to the true population. So we've done an extensive set of studies of figuring out, first of all, what's the bias of posting on social media? Well, it's clear that if I ask you about these 4 images, which ones would you post on social media? Which ones wouldn't you? Well, clear that probably these ones are not going on your Instagram. These may be. And so we've asked this question of many, many images and of many Amazon Mechanical Turk workers, and turns out it's a learnable problem. So of all the features that you can put in, the biological features of species, age, and so on, as well as EXIF data and the beauty features such as contrast, balance, symmetry, region, and which are derived by others, not by us. It's a learnable problem. You can predict with high certainty the probability of an image being shared on social media. The problem is that's not the question we're asking, right? The question we're asking is, given that it was posted on social media, how many zebras did you actually see? And it turns out not only depends on individual image, but it also depends on what else you had on your, what else you saw on your trip, what else you had on your SD card. So we've asked the same question because we had SD cards from all these events. And turns out the only thing that matters for whether you're going to, as a sort of, whether you're going to share the image on social media or not, it's the features of the image itself and how early on your SD card it comes on. So people get tired deciding for images that are kind of on their SD card. So they tend to share images earlier on, that are earlier on in the order. Okay. It still doesn't help us figuring out how many zebras you saw. So we've actually went in reverse, given what we're observing, how many did you actually take pictures of, estimating that, and from that we can estimate how many you actually saw. And that is, the nice part there is that when you try to estimate the bias of each individual image or a collection or a photographer, it's hard. When you aggregate them all together, these are nice distributions. With the sort of the biases, these probabilities distributed nicely, and you can use the mode. The problem is the variance is super high. So we're still, I'm going to skip the details. So we're doing better than every other method out there for population size estimates. So these are zebras before, this is too early in the season. So we really have 3 points population size estimate for gravy zebras. And the black lines are our models. So not good enough, better than everybody else. Still a lot of work to do. And so we're actually expanding it also to different social media platforms and species, and that's the work that has been going in the lab, done recently by 15 high school students and undergraduates. They've consolidated. We're finishing the analysis, and hopefully, and we'll put it out there, hopefully in the form of publication. Is Gray here? Gray? No. Okay. So one of the undergraduates who worked in the lab last year on this project, Gray Abbott, actually is an undergraduate student here at the University of Michigan. Anyway, so the problem, though, is not only scientists are looking carefully at this data, and conservation managers, so are all the wildlife criminals, poachers, and others. And so one of the things that we started really working on is protecting this data. So we've published a white paper, and it also was a keynote at the main main cybersecurity conference on the security and privacy policy for geotagged image animal data, which is now coming in spades from many, many different sources, you know, the information of is there going to be, or where a tiger is going to be in the next 2 hours is highly valuable. It's the wildlife criminal network today brings in more money. is third only to drugs and guns, so globally. So it is highly profitable business, unfortunately, and so we really have to worry about this. We're okay. So this is getting more data and hopefully letting scientists look at more carefully. So what do we, back to social networks, do we actually get something out of it for, for new hypotheses, for new questions? So I'll give you just a couple of examples. So the first part, not only using all these data, different kinds of data than the observations, we have to come up with new ways of inferring behavior from sensors and videos and so on. But we need to figure out what do we call an interaction. Right? When scientists are looking at and observing behavior, they've developed a whole vocabulary, a whole sort of methodology of identifying different types of interactions. How do we do them directly? What do we call an interaction? So, and the problem is it matters. It matters how we define the network, this social network, the network of interactions. Whether it's proximity, somebody who is close enough for long enough, we need to define what's close and what's long, right? We need to define whether we can see that animal or not, whether it's just 3 nearest neighbors or anybody who's within a radius, and so on and so forth. And these are very different networks. This is just the 2 examples. We're going to come up with very different conclusions based on the network, the definition of an interaction, the network that we define. And so biologists have started really pointing that out, that you really, if you're looking at the data, even if you're looking carefully at the wrong data, you're going to come up with the wrong hypotheses. And so this is work by a lot of biologists. So Richard James, Darren Croft, and Jens Krause have pointed out all the potential banana skins in animal social network analysis. And then Damien Farine, another former postdoc, who's now at Max Planck, and Hal Whitehead started identifying the ways of sort of inferring these networks. Ivan Berger, my current PhD student, wrote this survey of figuring out how people infer and define networks from data in different fields, ranging from molecular biology to physics and social sciences. And it turns out there's a set of sort of fundamental template methodologies. Yeah, wrong version. Anyway, but the point is, we actually don't have networks. Right? Baboons are not sitting around there with sticks saying, we're interacting. Right? People do not walk around saying we're interacting. Even when we have friends on social media directly, it doesn't mean we're actually interacting. So we actually don't have networks, we have data and questions about that data. Right? And we think that networks, this particular model, may be a great way to answer this question. For example, so the networks are just a good enough model that we can use to go from data to answering a question. And like any other model, it's only as good as the questions that it allows us to answer on the data that we have. And so we've developed a whole framework of not only looking at different feasible potential networks given data, but doing model selection on the given data and a given question. So it's task-based network inference. Given a data and a task on that data, what is the right network to use? And that allows us now to put in the same framework models, not only different network definitions, but also different, the network where there is no network, right? Where there are no edges, the network of isolates, meaning that the only thing that matters is the information about that individual and possibly the environment, the context. All the way to everybody has an edge, like you get an edge, and you get an edge, and everybody gets an edge, which is the network, which is not a social network per se, but it's a collective behavior model, right, of identical agents. And so, I'll actually skip this example. I'll show you a different one. So we can ask questions, are the movement decisions actually social in populations, right? So in the same framework, when baboons make these movement decisions, when they move from the movie that you didn't see, from the sleeping trees through the open space down to the eating over the course of the day and back, when each baboon moves, is it a socially driven, is it affected by all its other individuals in the population, and if so, in what way, right? Or is it just the property of individual autocorrelation, right? So we can select among those. And so the drum roll, here it is. That it depends. The answer is it depends. It depends at what scale you look at it, right? So in collaboration with a large group of biologists, so Damien Farin, Ariana Sandberg-Peshkin, Brian Ziebert and Matt Crawford, and Ivan Berger. So the answer is, if you want to predict, so the task, we have time series of all the locations of all the individuals at 1 second resolution, and now we're asking on these data, the task is predicting the position of each individual baboon. If that's the task, what's the best network that best predicts that position of each individual baboon? Well, if you want to predict the position, the location, XY coordinates, on about 10-minute time scale, right, so that's about 10 minutes, 8 minutes really, then the best network is the network of 3 to 5 nearest neighbors, as in proximity nearest neighbors. But if you want to predict the location of each individual baboon about 2 hours into the future, then it's 4 to 6 most frequent affiliates. So there's a hypothesis now that comes out. So to put it in human terms, if you're deciding where you're going to go for dinner tonight or for lunch today, 2 hours from now, you're going to talk among your friends or among your frequent affiliates and decide where you're going to end up. But on the way there, as you're walking around, with a group, whether you're going around the bush on the left or on the right, that decision is just your immediate neighbors. Right? And so this 4 to 6 is actually significant, this average of 4 or 5, because that is thought to be the primate cognitive attention size. So that is generating another hypothesis that we're now testing. So because there are 28 individuals in this population, so including all of them actually introduces more noise than signal. And so it's not a good network to move forward. So that's one example. Another example of what these kinds of data allow us to do is to go even further into collective decision making, or sort of social decision making. How do social animals make decisions? And the mechanisms. And so that's work in collaboration with, again, Meg Crawford, Ian Cousin, Damien Frayne, and Ariana Sandberg-Peshkin, and Chai Amanbarchanbey, Chai Narong Amanbarchanbey, who was my PhD student. So biologists, for baboons at least, so they've looked at the shared decision making, and the mechanism seems to be that it is sort of majority vote, right? It is kind of a democracy, majority democracy for baboons. So can we look at it and look more carefully at this data? And how do we infer, what does leadership mean? What does decision making mean? The hardest part of interdisciplinary research is translation between vocabularies of different disciplines, right? The biggest, by far, bulk of time that I spend in my research is taking questions like, can we understand decision-making in social animals and translating it into computational abstractions that we can analyze and match it to data, right? And then translating the answers back. So it took us about 1.5 years to do this for what does it mean, leadership and social decision-making. So here's our interpretation of leadership inference. So that's, as I said, work by Chai. A group comes to a decision when we're all doing the same or more or less the same thing, right? So if you observe a group in a state where everybody has similar behavior or moving in the same direction, this is the state where the decision has already been made. That's the coordinated, that's the state of coordination, right? So here's an example of the same baboons, the ones that you missed in seeing the network. At this point, they've made a decision, right? So they've started, they're kind of milling around, and then they start moving. That's a decision where the group has come, not yet, not yet, not yet. Now, they've all come to a decision of moving, right? From stationary to moving. And then they've come to a decision at some point how they're going to move, like where they're going to go. Right? There was a little bit of indecision, and then they've all agreed. So looking at a group in a state of coordination where everybody is doing the same thing, that's when the decision has been made. So if you want to figure out how the group comes to that decision, you have to look at it slightly before, so pre-coordination period. And then you have to figure out who initiated this. And so we've developed this whole framework where we can do this rigorously from time series data, for example, and identify the initiator of these coordinated states of the group. And turns out that, surprisingly or not, the individual who initiates this behavior does not necessarily end up being at the front of the group or leading it during the state when everybody has already agreed on what we're doing. Using different features of these models, you can actually choose between the mechanism by which this coordination happened, this decision happened. And for example, if we choose among the alternatives of just randomly deciding whom you're going to follow, or there is a sort of dictatorship model, or hierarchical, I will always follow you, you'll always follow some Jing, and so on. So, or I'm just going to follow among my nearest neighbors, and look for the majority, which is this purple one, you can ask questions. What's for this specific observed population? What was the mechanism? And so the baboons fall very much within this nearest neighbor majority. Again, confirming not only the biologists' previous observations that it is shared decision making, but also our inference about movement from different analysis, that it is nearest neighbors. All right, and with that, I'm going to, hopefully I've given you a couple of examples of how sort of computation and more broadly data science can really contribute to the scientific method of looking at the world carefully and enabling to ask different questions at scale, at large scale and high resolution, and understand our world in a different way. And so with that, I would like to thank my own social network of collaborators that is ever growing and creating more links between them, and the funders who are supporting my habit of asking these questions. Thank you.
We have like 5 to 6 minutes for questions.
No?
Is it on? It's like a little switch. There we go. Thank you, Tanya. That was just beautiful, and it gets me so excited about the possibilities of the population information you're collecting with Wildbook. As a former oceanographer and ecologist myself, I immediately started wondering, and I realize this is a bit of a timescale question, but whether you could tie some of this wealth of data around populations, especially for some of the more endangered species, around connecting that to maybe habitat loss or habitat fragmentation due to climate change, especially in some of the more dramatic areas.
Absolutely. So this is one of the, so now we have actually, we will have 7 years of data for gravy zebras, which are, there's a lot of, including sort of the drought period and interaction. We're also collecting using sensors data on cattle in the same area. So the biggest part of habitat loss. Yeah, no, I can just escape. So we can start really understanding the changes in the population in across the entire range of these species in different habitat conditions and different agricultural practices, particularly domestic cattle practices. And that's exactly part of the endangered species management plan, because these 6 different counties have very different management practices. And so one of the things they're doing now is they're looking at the intervening 2 years, how that affected the endangered species. Same thing also, so of the different species that we have, maybe I can go back to this. There is no graceful way of doing it. So of the different species that we have, there is some like really, really tiny and very endangered, like the semi-ringed seals in Finland. That's a project with WWF Finland. And the Iberian lynx in there. In Iberian lynx in Spain, these are species on the order of where they have about like 400, 500 individuals total. And so they're monitoring it very closely, including the different aspects of habitat change. And they've had the data now for over 20 years, so they have sort of aspects of climate, can start asking climate change questions. Absolutely. This is actually becoming the foundational data for some of these questions and studies. All right. That's it. No more questions. Everything else is done. Oh.
Now that you have a way to mine the modern photos, is there any
Yeah, so the question was, now that we can actually mine photographs, can we look at historical photos? Absolutely. We started, so Wildbook for many is 4 years old, and we have data for most of them, including the one I showed you for whale sharks and whales going back to the 1990s. This Spotted Shark USA Foundation, which studies sand tiger sharks off of the coast of South Carolina, they had no data when they started about a year ago. They asked everybody, if you have any data of sand tiger sharks, please upload. And within, so we built a Wildbook for them. And within a couple of months, they had hundreds of individuals identified going back to, again, in some cases, 1980s data. And they started analyzing and understanding for the first time that these sand tiger sharks have they're territorial females that like shipwrecks, and they come to the same shipwreck year after year, for example. This is purely from crowdsourced photographs. We're talking to some social media platforms where we can get access to publicly posted and not revoked data going back sort of years on species, because they kind of have a moving wall of access, so we will get access to more data than you can get through APIs. Certainly, but and just the Dolphin something Foundation, sorry, they just put a call out 2 days ago please upload your images to Wildbook, so Flukebook, Wildbook for whales and dolphins. They had no data in there, now sort of massively identifying dolphins and understanding their behavior. So this is, and people uploading historic data. Some of these animals, sharks live, turns out, a long time, really long time. And so people have been photographing them while snorkeling or diving for many, many years. Certainly it provides access to, but again, one thing we need to understand is what is it that we're looking at, because it's very biased selection of data. So we're developing methods for making sure that we're looking at those data carefully. And the conclusions that we're providing are supported by rigorous methodologies. Yeah.
Thanks for your talk, really interesting. I'm also an ecologist, so it's cool to see how people are using these techniques to increase our data sets. I have an unrelated question to that, which is that as a former educator myself, people really love individuals, like especially when you're trying to learn about an environment. Knowing who lives there, even the animals and their individuals, is a really powerful tool for getting people to engage with the landscape in ways that they wouldn't otherwise. If we were just talking about baboons versus this one baboon that's always here. Have you thought about using these data as an educational tool for getting people to understand and maybe connect more deeply with these places where you're collecting?
Very much so. So in two ways. One is every Wildbook has this nickname me or adopt me. But also, so our bot agent, what I didn't mention is that it actually posts back in the comments in YouTube once we identify, hey, we found, it's a bot automatically, we found this animal in your video, here's the link, we've been tracking it since 2006, here's the link to its page and everything we know about it. And people respond, we have more than 50% response rate to these comments. The most common response is like, wow, this is amazing, where can I learn more? And so we kind of trying to partner up with somebody to flesh out that bot. We really don't have the bandwidth. But it seems it will be. We're working with zoos to create an app where people can go to a zoo and take a picture of a giraffe, and it will say, oh, this is Mitra. She's a 7-year-old giraffe. Here's a little bit more about her, and here's more about the wild animals, her relatives in safari. But for more so for these events that we do, for example, the Great Gravis Rally, the participants not only are the tourists coming from Europe and United States, but this is everybody from the local rangers to school kids. So we work with several nonprofits are involved in this, and they bring kids from all over the country, both sort of super exclusive schools as well as very local community schools, and including kids from Kibera slums in Nairobi. So one of the events, the very first event that we had, this organization, Wildlife Direct, brought in, and Stand Up, Shout Out, brought in kids from Nairobi. This is the slums, like, they don't exist in this country for sure. One of the worst slums in the world. These kids live half an hour walking distance from Nairobi National Park. They've never seen a wild animal in their life. And but they participated in this event, and we have these images of when they were first time they saw an impala. It was this like intense joy. And after participating in a couple of these events, they've created, like, they had a whole poem of thanks. These kids, among the things that they were giving are thanks for 3 meals a day, because when they're participating in these events, it's 3 meals a day they get. But the other one is, amazingly, they started a wild club, Wild Warriors Club. And so there are these clubs now that actually all the schools that participate, they have Wild Warriors Club, where they're educated, not only they're now sort of active, they were saying that these are our animals. We will protect them. We will say no to the poachers. We will, these are our giraffes and our elephants. So this has been now for 4 years, about. And it's countrywide. There's actually a great series about wild warriors by Kenya Citizen TV. I encourage you to look it up. It's on YouTube, free, including very much about this. And we're partnering up with other nonprofits to create these educational kind of direct engagement, not only for kids, but also for adults too. Because you're absolutely right. What we're seeing, once people nickname and hear a story of one animal, right, there's a lot more engagement and sort of buy-in to the fact that we do need to conserve the biodiversity of the world.
Okay, for the sake of time, please bring your questions, I'm sure there are many, to Professor Berger-Wolf in the break. And, let's thank the speaker again for her impressive.
Thanks so much, Tanya. Let's take a 7-minute break and be back here at 9:45. The announcement of the Pilot Grant Award will start sharp at 9:45. And feel free to use the women's rooms on other floors as well. And if you are one of the presenters for the research session number 3, please come and check with me just so I know you're here.
Okay. So I want to talk for a minute about our Propelling Original Data Science Awards. These are a new set of a new funding thing that we did this fall, and these are multidisciplinary awards with at least 2 investigators from 2 different departments, covering different aspects of data science. We got 65 proposals covering a very wide range of disciplines. From investigators at multiple campuses and multiple schools in our campus, as well as different stages of their career. So, as part of as one of the first award things, we'll be talking about the student awards soon, the student competition soon this morning. But I just want to acknowledge the winners of our PODS Awards. And the very first one is actually a great follow-on to the talk that we just heard. I see that some of the people involved, if you're here as an award recipient, please do stand so people can see who you are and interact with you on this work. So if Karen Alofs, Andrea Tomer, Hernan Lopez Fernandez, any of you are here? Oh, there's Karen. Thank you. Congratulations. And then we have probabilistic methods to infer structure in wildlife trade networks with Abby Jacobs. And I saw Neil Carter in the back, I guess. Data-driven framework for microstructure optimization of additively manufactured piezoelectric composites. Lei Chen and Zhen Hu from Dearborn. Fusing physics and deep learning for solar dynamics forecasting. This is David Fouhy and Ward Manchester. Probabilistic modeling of missing data to improve predictions using metabolomics. Christopher Gillis and Kevin Ward, Catherine Stringer. Christopher's here. Decoding the environment to meet energetic sources in the universe. Oleg Gnedin and Shun Huan. Data science for quantum simulation. Emmanuel Gull and Dominika Zgid. Framework for characterizing cellular and spatial relationship in development and disease. Sue Hamoud, Arvind Rao. Arvind Rao was here yesterday. I don't see him here today. Database learning, a query engine that becomes smarter over time. Barzan Mozaffari and Reza Surashumar. Optimal design of data assimilation for the prediction of hydrological extremes. This is Ashley Payne, Yulin Pan. DevEEG, robust repository for the development of electroencephalogram data. You'll see them in the back, Amy Pienta and William Gehring. Achieving ML robustness by leveraging physics-based constraints. Atul Prakash and Hui Peng. And large-scale interventions for reducing threats to the safety and trustworthiness of social media data. Sarita Schoenbeck, Eric Gilbert, and Jenny Radesky. Don't see them here. I think that is, oh, we have more. I thought we were done, but I obviously don't know how to count. Regularized regression, post-stratification, blending data science and survey methodology to increase the reproducibility of population genetics research. C and social nature. Incorporation of multi-level ontologies of adverse events. Lily Zhao and Gary Fried. And so congratulations to all of you, and we look forward to some wonderful new projects. And I'm delighted to have a bunch of new projects representing the diversity of data science efforts that we have ongoing. I think the next thing is Yang Chen will be the session chair for the next session. So.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Research Talk session number 3. We'll have a few rising stars in data science presenting their research work. Our first speaker is Yuqi Gu from Department of Statistics. For the speakers, each of you have 15 minutes in total. You can occupy the whole time, but there will not be time for questions. If you want to leave for 2 minutes for Q&A, please make sure you finish your talk by 30 minutes. to present?
So good morning, everyone. I'm Yu Qi from Department of Statistics. Today, I'm very happy to present my research, learning high-dimensional latent attribute patterns. This is joint work with Professor Gongjun Xu. So let's start with a real-world application. The Trends in Mathematics and Science Study is an international educational assessment measuring middle school students' math and science achievements. It has been held every 4 years since 1995. And basically, what we have available from the team study are students' correct or wrong responses to a set of specifically designed test questions. And in this kind of modern educational assessment, researchers sometimes are not satisfied with just providing an overall score describing the student's general math ability, like shown on the left part. Instead, they sometimes want to provide fine-grained diagnosis of whether students performs well on a set of sub-competencies underlying the math ability. For example, they want to understand how students performs in terms of applying with geometry or reason with data. I'm not sure why I think I have PDF version, but the PowerPoint does not seem to show well of the notations.
I think at this point we cannot change anything.
Okay. Yeah, sorry for the notations. Yeah, I think I previously have the PDF version. Okay, so the key modeling structures that the psychometricians have been developed to analyze such data is called the structured latent attribute models, or another name, cognitive diagnosis models. So basically, here our goal is to, based on students' J-dimensional observed responses R, so R1 to Rj are just their correct or wrong responses to a set of questions. And we would like to uncover the students' hidden statuses of whether they have or lack certain cognitive abilities, like the previous 9 abilities shown in the team's 4th grade data. So an interesting structure here is the dependence graph between the K latent attributes showing circles and the J observed responses showing squares. So just as you can imagine, one test question may be designed to just measure geometry, and it does not necessarily simultaneously measure data. So each observed response R1 does not necessarily connect it to all the latent attributes on the latent layer. And that is how the structural part come into play in such models. So still in the previous example, we have the goal of analyzing students' abilities in mathematics sub-competencies. And our observed vector R is just correct or wrong answers, and our latent attributes of interest are mastery or deficiency of each student in terms of those 9 skills. So just imagine a very simple case where you want to measure 2 latent abilities, just the ability of multiplication and the ability of addition. Then if you design a question of 1 plus 3, the first question here, then it only requires addition to solve. So that is why in the dependence graph, it only has 1 parent of addition. And likewise, the 5th question, this question, 5 plus 2 times 3, it requires both attributes, multiplication and addition, to solve. Then this item in the dependence graph will have 2 parents, both addition and multiplication. And it is not hard to find out that this dependency graph between the latent attributes and the observed responses can be summarized equivalently as a 5x2 binary matrix. For example, the 5th row of this binary matrix Q on the left should just be a vector 1, 1, saying that, oh, the 5th item has both attributes as its parents. So the Q matrix summarizes the dependency graph between the latent attributes and the observed responses. And it can further be incorporated into defining the distribution of the random variables of interest, which is the latent attributes alpha and the observed responses R. So I will not go to these details, but one thing I want to point out is that the Q matrix plays the role of specifying that the distribution of each Rj will depend only on the parent attributes in the dependence graph. Just as you can imagine, whether you can solve the question of 1 plus 3 only depends on whether you have addition or not. Does not depend on whether you have the multiplication skill or not. So in this way, the model parameters are constrained by the Q matrix. The theta just specifies the Bernoulli parameter of getting this question right, given your latent pattern, and this is constrained by the Q matrix. So there are many models proposed in the psychometrics literature to help educational experts to draw cognitive diagnostic inference. And very interestingly, we found that the deep Boltzmann machine proposed in the deep learning literature can also be viewed as a main effect structure latent attribute model, because all the random variables here are multivariate binary, both the latent part and the observed part. So let's look at a real scenario to motivate our problem of interest specifically. So in the 2003 TEAMS 8th grade data, researchers are interested in these 13 skills. So I'm showing 3 skills to you. Just from eyeballing, we can get an understanding that these 13 skills are likely dependent on each other. Like the first 2, both concerns the ratio and unit, such kind of constructs. And another thing is that because here we have a data set of sample size only 700 something, but the 13 skills would actually result in more than 8,000 potential latent attribute patterns, because just everything is binary. So our latent pattern space grows exponentially with a number of latent attributes k. That in these high dimensional cases, when 2 to the power of k is much greater than n, what latent skill patterns exist? And what does those patterns inform the relationship among the skills or attributes? So here I'm showing a toy example to motivate what we want to do. I've said that for 4th graders, educational experts have identified 3 cognitive skills: know, apply, and reason, underlying the math ability. So these 3 skills will naturally result in 8 binary latent attribute patterns shown on the left. And each of them defines a student subpopulation. So as a face there, and each subpopulation has a proportion in the population. So the P00 just denotes the proportion in the population that has this particular latent pattern. So the first latent pattern is just the student that does not possess any ability, and the last latent pattern is the student that possesses all 3 latent abilities. So what if an educational expert tells you that we believe that a student must first know, then she can possibly apply, then she can possibly reason. So in this way, there will be a linear hierarchy between the 3 skill attributes. And interestingly, this hierarchical structure will naturally result in that certain attribute patterns are ruled out from the population. For example, as the 4th row in the left panel, the 3rd row, a student that only applies but does not know is not allowed to exist in the population. That means its population proportion P should be constrained to be 0 if we believe this hierarchy of skills exist. So in this way, actually, the allowable latent attribute patterns are only reduced to the 4 patterns shown on the right panel here. Only these 4 subpopulations of students are allowed to exist. Then the research question here is, when there are many latent attributes, here I'm only showing 3, but in modern applications, the K is often very large. But the set of truly existing latent patterns alpha may just be a small set out of this very huge exponential set of latent patterns. Then, how should we find out that A0? How should we understand those hierarchical structures between the attributes? And the idea here is natural. We should seek the sparsity structure of the population proportion parameters P, because as we have seen in the previous slide with the 3 attributes, just on the right panel, the population proportion vector P has some sparsity structure, and that corresponds to only 4 existing patterns. So in our paper, we addressed the 3 questions from the theoretical identifiability perspective, from the methodology perspective, and from computation perspective. But in this talk, I will only have time to talk about the second part. That is, methodologically, how do we learn this set of existing latent patterns A0 in a statistically consistent way? And here is our proposal. So we propose a regularized likelihood method. Specifically, here the L theta is corresponding to the log likelihood function under the previously introduced model setup. And the regularization part in blue I'm showing is corresponding to our penalty. This penalty is a log type penalty that, sorry, I think the summation isn't showing, but this penalty is actually lambda times the summation of log P alpha. And the P alpha, recall that it is the population proportion of latent patterns. So by adding this penalty, we're encouraging the high-dimensional population proportion vector P to be sparse. And to seek the sparsity structure of that P, we can find out what are the latent patterns that truly exist. I do think... So we established the theoretical guarantee of our proposed penalized likelihood approach. Basically, under the assumption of the identifiability that I omitted, I didn't talk about, and under another assumption of existing latent patterns have enough signal strength, then we establish the guarantee that as sample size goes large, with high probability, we can exactly find that existing latent patterns from the population. So actually, this proposal, you might ask, why do you come up with a log type penalty of the proportion parameters? There are other type of penalties in the high-dimensional regression problems, like lasso or other type of thing. But here, our unique thing is that the high-dimensional proportion vectors, they are not just free, like in regression problems, but they are constrained to live in a simplex. That means they must sum up to 1, and each of them must be non-negative. So our proposed penalty form is actually naturally connected to Bayesian statistics. Because if we take the exponential function of the penalized likelihood, then actually the penalty part would correspond to a Dirichlet prior distribution of the P alphas. And here, let's be a Bayesian for a moment. So by saying a prior distribution, we're really treating the P alphas as random variables. And our proposal of specifying a negative lambda corresponds to the right panel here, which just corresponds to the prior distribution that puts more density mass close to the vertices and edges of the simplex. And that exactly means we are adding the prior belief that the proportions P alpha are sparse. They are close to the vertices and close to the edges of this simplex. And that sparsity structure will help us identify those truly existing small set of latent patterns. But I also would like to point out a difference from our proposal and the Bayesian statistics. So in Bayesian statistics, a proper Dirichlet prior density should have lambda greater than -1, as shown in the right panel here. However, our proposal allows lambda to have an arbitrarily large magnitude. And by having a large lambda, actually we're allowing the extent of the shrinkage to be as large as possible. And as can be seen in the next simulation example, this is quite important to guarantee selection consistency. And the traditional Bayesian prior, proper Dirichlet prior may not work. So here I'm generating my data using 10 latent attributes. So 10 latent attributes will result in 1,024 possible binary latent attribute patterns. And out of this 1,000 something, I'm randomly generating 10 of them as those truly existing patterns shown on the left figure. So each row here represents a binary latent pattern that I'm using to generate the data. And I specify each of them has proportion 0.1 in the population. So their summation is 1. The proportion summation gives us 1. And in this figure, I'm showing the behavior of our proposed approach. Basically, I am plotting the solution paths of the estimated latent proportions versus the tuning parameter lambda. So as we can see, as lambda lives in an interval between -4 and -1.4, all the truly existing patterns, which I plot in color, get selected with non-zero proportions, and all those non-existing patterns. So there are 1,014 non-existing patterns, right? I plotted in black, and as you can see, in this interval between -4 and -1.4 of lambda, all those non-existing patterns do not get selected, and we have the perfect result of selection. So we also apply this proposed approach to the real data that I show you in the very beginning of our presentation. So among the 9 attributes that educational experts believe to underlie fourth graders' math ability, we apply the proposed method and uncover this hierarchical structure among the attributes. And there's some really interesting intuitive findings here. So among the 3 cognitive abilities, reasoning, knowing, and applying, it seems that reasoning is a more advanced skill in the hierarchy. And among the 3 content skills, geometry, number, and knowing, it seems that geometry is a more advanced, geometry, number, and data, geometry seems a more advanced skill. So this suits our intuition. And I would like to point out that the existing studies used by cognitive diagnostic researchers, they either assume all the 2 to the power of k combinations of latent patterns exist, which might not be practical, or they just pre-specify a certain hierarchy based on domain experts' belief. They consult educational experts and they construct a certain hierarchy. But here, our approach provides a novel exploratory analysis of attribute hierarchy through selecting the significant latent patterns from the population. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yuqi, for the wonderful talk, despite the technical issues. Sorry about that. For later speakers, if you do have a PDF version, we're currently using PPTX format. So bring your USB drive to the front if you stick to your PDF version. Okay? So our next speaker will leave the questions to the end. Please talk to Yuqi afterwards. She's just sitting there if you have any questions. Okay? Our next speaker is Jiayu Zhou from Computer Science and Engineering from Michigan State University. Aren't we having a game this Saturday with? Okay. I already see the students occupying the big M on the quad. Good luck.
I didn't send any PPT, so I'm using. If I have to.
What do you have over there?
I have only sent the.
Oh, you wanna do a USB drive?
No. I sent in the PDF. But I only
You
have
also
the
send in
PDF.
PDF?
Yeah.
How come everything become PPT?
So there must be some downloading issues. So do you have
Oh,
it on
okay.
your computer?
But does that change a lot?
I mean,
Can you
it's
stick to
probably okay.
If it's okay, let's just stick to that because time is.
Otherwise, you can also switch their computer in and out.
Okay, sure.
All right, we'll give it a try. All right, so this is Jiayu from just across the street, Michigan State. And today I'm going to tell you something interesting about our recent study on the Alzheimer's disease study using the reinforcement learning. So I believe most of you know that Alzheimer's is a very scary disease, and we currently have a lot of people in the United States are affected by the disease, and with a good number of projected number patients in the coming few years. And then Alzheimer's disease belongs to one category of the dementia where we have a lot of symptoms like memory loss, communication issues, and not being able to focus, not being able to manage yourself, and in the end, it cannot seem too much. So it's, I would say it's a very scary disease, and the most scary part of that is we currently don't have any proven medicine that is working to cure the disease. So every year, because of the disease, we're paying a lot of money, the government, the care, a lot of cost. And then the worst part of it is, and we're having a good number of projections, and we have a lot more people are getting infected. And something more about the disease, it's one type of what we call a neurodegenerative disease. So it's not like getting the disease, like getting a cold and you get a flu or something. It's more like a prolonged progression process. So we're looking at multiple stages on the disease. So we first have this, what we call mild cognitive impairment. So it's like a very mild stage, and some patients may not even realize it gets the kind of problem, except for some kind of memory issues. And then we have like multiple stages into the disease, and then once that happens, it's believed that it's non-reversible. So to tackle this disease, we need drugs, and before we need drugs, we need biomarkers, right? So we need to know that the disease is happening. So one thing we do is we look in the brain, and the left part is brain for the healthy people, and the right part is the brain for the Alzheimer's disease. As you see that the brain structure changed a lot. So you have a lot more ventricles, which are the empty spaces inside of it. And then the volume of the brain is getting significantly smaller. And then that's why we started with the past 8 years, just starting on the brain, different type of brain imaging. So we started with the PET imaging in the very beginning, and then we move on to the structured MRI, where we use this structured MRI to build a lot of different models, like the multitask learning, transfer learning, and a lot of machine learning techniques you've been seeing being applied into this kind of imaging to build predictive models. So my PhD thesis is about simply building those progression models. So if we give the brain imaging and how fast we can predict how fast the disease will progress into the patient, in certain patients, right? So that's about it. And then later on, we have something more interesting. We have this what we call a brain connectomy, which describes how your brain is connected, and we are able to capture those fibers and building the brain networks, and we're able to differentiate patients by looking into the brain structures and also the functional connectivities. So that's something we've been doing in the past few years, and we've been seeing very good results on top of that. But one major issue of this is that, when we're getting into the first stage, which is the MCI, the mild cognitive impairment stage, a lot of people didn't even realize they get the disease. And then, and the biomarkers, the brain biomarkers are not so effective in the early stage. And then typically when the patient realizes, I get a significant memory issues, cause a concern to the families and bring to the special treatments, by then we're taking the image and it's already too late. So we're trying to find a way to see if we can find out the disease earlier without taking a look at the brain imaging. So that's the start of the study. We start with something we call behavior markers. So basically what we do is our collaborator, Hiroko Dodge in the University of Michigan, we have in those patients in home, and then we install those different sensors. And then we're trying to see, what kind of behavior differences, like the frequency of using the computers, how often you walk in the home. We're trying to extract those kind of features from those behavior data and see how good we can do it. And among all these behavior markers, we find something really interesting as what we call language markers. So the start of the study as like one clinical trial is called iConnect study, where we recruited a lot of patients into the study, and mild cognitive disease patients and healthy cognitive patients. And then basically what we do is we have this kind of interviews, and so we ask them a set of questions. Right. So here are a set of examples. Like, so what do you do? What did you do yesterday? And then the patient will respond by a bit talking. And then we did something very preliminary a few years ago. And what we basically did is that we're trying to see if there are any differences between normal people, how normal people talk, and the cognitive impairment people talk. And then, so we use this machine learning techniques where we trying to extract those kind of linguistic features in the conversation, and then we split in training and testing, and we build this for support vector machine learning algorithms and trying to build this predictive classifiers. And then we find out, it's really impressive that we have like AUC around 72 without it looking into the brain imaging. Because if you're using the MRI or you're using those fancy deep learning methods for the mild cognitive disease, those are the numbers you're about to see, differentiating those early stage patients. All right, so this leads to some thoughts of what's happening. What do we do so we can get those numbers? And then it turns out to be through the conversation, we're trying to find out some kind of distribution, and this distribution characterize what we call a landscape, lexical landscape. It's like the distribution of words you use, the grammatical structures you use during the conversation. We're trying to find out the distribution. And then the distribution for normal people and the cognitive impairment people, they're quite different. Right? So those are from the real data. Like if you project the data into a two-dimensional space, and you will find out that the distribution looks very different, right? And then that's good. And then we're thinking about turning this study into something that is more feasible to different type of people. But one problem is that getting this distribution is very expensive. And then in the clinical trial, what we did is we have like 2 or 3 sessions of conversation with patients, and it takes like 100 more terms to get the distribution. So it'll take time. It'll take money for us to recruit those interviewers to ask questions and then follow the procedure and then get this distribution. So it's not cheap at all. So that makes us to think about something we can do as a data scientist, something we can do to make it better. So most of you must know something like compressive sensing, right? So we have this sparse learning, L1 regularization type of methods where we have the theory that maybe we don't need all the information and we can recover what's underneath because of the underlying assumption we made on the distribution. So same thing happens here. Is like we're thinking about a problem that can we somehow sketch the distribution? By sketch, it's like we don't ask all those questions. Can we just ask a few questions specific to this patient such that we know what's happening, and then we can make the decision like if this is already a mild cognitive disease patient or not, right? So what we do is we end up with coming up this framework where we trying to, what's up there, you see a supervised learning pipeline, from the dialogue. We extract the lexicon features, and then we're trying to get a complete lexicon distribution, and then we build a classifier. And then what we propose is what's down there is like we use some kind of simulator to simulate the patient, and then using that simulator, what we basically can do is we can learn a conversational agent that ask questions on behavior of human. And then by doing this, we can basically, what we can achieve we can use shorter amounts of conversation, which is 5 to 35 terms, which is much less than the 100 terms. And then we can get something approximated distribution on the lexicon distribution. And then we can use that approximated distribution to build a classifier, right? So what happens is like this, is like, so we still have those kind of conversations, but basically what we do is we ask a question and the patient responds, so we have some knowledge about the distribution. Based on this distribution, the agent will ask another question, and then the patient will answer accordingly, and then we have like more information about the distribution, and based on what we know, we ask the third question, so on. And in order to achieve this, we developed this sketching algorithm through the reinforcement learning. So we have a lot of components where I'm not going to spend time talking into that. So we have the simulator, which use a deep neural network, and we have the states, and we have the dialogue manager, and all the things you can see in the natural language processing and the reinforcement learning, and combination of them. And then basically what we find out is that we can do almost as good as traditional, like 100 terms of conversation. We can get that distribution as fast as 4 or 5 terms. It's good enough. And then not even that, we also find out that performance-wise, we can get even better performance in terms of classification by doing this kind of shorter conversation, because we believe this shorter conversation can help us filter out some of the noise or irrelevant information in the conversation that can lead to better performance, right? So we have this kind of comparison with state-of-the-art algorithms, the multi-layer perceptron, which is something people usually call deep learning methods, or some, if you argue that the data is not enough, the deep learning cannot generalize well, we also compare with those traditional methods like L1 type of regularization classifiers. And we find out, the reinforcement learning methods are really something interesting, is delivering the performance that we wanted. It's like better than them. And then some message we're delivering here is that, once we come up with the algorithm, we find it's not only more efficient, because we don't need this 100 terms of conversation to get what we need in the language, and we can get better performance, right? And then underlying, what we're trying to do is we have this originally as supervised learning problem, where we're trying to extract information from the distribution, and then we're trying to get a classifier out of that. And then turns out we reformulate this process into a reinforcement learning problem, where we ask machine to ask questions more efficiently and less noise, and then we'll get better performance, right? And then if you're interested in this, in this framework, we have like a preprint available in the archive. And then, and also we'd like to thank all the students in our lab, just across the street, East Lansing. If you're interested in take a short walk, we can meet and talk more. All right, thanks.
Thank you. We have time for one quick question. And Ed Wu, can you come up to set up your talk? Yeah. Any quick question from the audience? Well, if not, let's hold the questions to the end of the session. Thanks again. Our next speaker is Edward Wu from the Department of Statistics.
It's not.
Only the formulas is messed up. The words and pictures are okay.
The images should be fine. Okay, this will be fine. Okay.
Just project that.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I should speak into the mic. That would be helpful. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about integrating experimental and observational data through machine learning, and I'm going to explain what exactly I mean by that. But first I'm going to talk a little bit about randomized experiments and observational studies, and then talk about the goal of this talk. And as many people here know, randomized experiments are the gold standard for establishing causal inference. And this is because in randomized experiments, we don't worry about confounding variables due to randomization. Another thing is that they allow for design-based inference, which I'll explain a little bit more in a second. But on the other hand, they can be expensive to run, and sample sizes might be very small. On the other hand, observational studies suffer from confounding, so we can have bias due to confounding variables. But data are often cheaper to obtain, and sample sizes can be quite large. So our goal is going to be to use the large amount of data from observational studies to improve our estimation of treatment effects within the randomized experiment. So we're going to assume we have a randomized experiment with n participants and one treatment and one control group. And we're going to flip, so for each of these people, we're going to have two potential outcomes, T and C, and these are the outcomes that each participant would assume or would experience under treatment and under control. So what we're going to do is we're going to flip a coin, and based off this coin flip, we're going to either assign them to treatment or control. And if they're assigned to treatment, we're going to call their treatment assignment capital T1, and we're going to observe the treatment potential outcome. On the other hand, if they're assigned to control, we are going to call their treatment assignment 0, and we are going to observe their control potential outcome. And then finally, for each participant, we're going to observe covariates Z. So now let's assume we also have a large external data set, and this sample size is going to be much larger than the sample size for the observational data set, but it will have the same covariates and the same outcome as the randomized experiment. So as I said before, our goal is to use this external data set to improve precision in the randomized experiment. So one example of this would be we might wish to use a database of medical records to improve the precision of a clinical trial. As a more concrete example, this is the data example that I'm going to talk about briefly at the end. This is called Assessments, which is a computer-based learning program which is used by many students in the United States. And within this program, there is the test bed, which is an integrated A/B platform. And teachers can propose experiments that they want to use in the test bed. For example, they might want to know, is it better to give text hints or video hints to help students learn? And this data set includes 22 randomized experiments from the test bed. The outcome for each of these experiments is whether or not they completed the module to which they were assigned. And then for each student, we also have demographic information as well as log data from previous modules that they attempted or completed. And as the external data set, we can consider for each experiment all the other experiments, and we could also consider all the people that were not in any experiment. They just used the platform, or previous students that they no longer use the platform. So this is our motivating example. I'm going to talk now about how we can use the observational data to improve performance in the experiment. And as I said before, randomization or randomized experiments are beneficial because they allow for design-based inference. And what this means is randomization itself justifies the assumptions made. So we don't have to make any other assumptions in order to get unbiased estimates for the average treatment effect. And one example of this is what I'm going to call the simple difference estimator. This is also known as a difference in means. It's simply the difference between the average outcome for the treatment group and the average outcome for the control group. And this is unbiased. What this estimator does not do is take into account covariates. And covariates are variables that are measured prior to the assignment of treatment, which means that they are independent of the treatment assignment. And due to randomization, we would expect that these variables are going to be balanced across the treatment and control group. However, in reality, based off a single randomization, there might be some small imbalances. So we could have a treatment group that's slightly older on average than the control group. Or we can have a control group with a higher proportion of females than the treatment group. And so what we can do is we can improve the precision of our estimator by making adjustments for these covariates. And what we're looking to do is instead of using the experimental covariates, we're going to use the external data set to make adjustments to the treatment effect. All right, so what could go wrong when making adjustments using an observational data set? So as I said before, observational studies suffer from confounding variables. And so if we use this external data incorrectly, we could severely bias the treatment effect estimate. So we're going to update our goal a little bit. How can we make adjustments using the external data without inducing bias from confounding variables? And one approach that we can use is rebar, which was introduced by these authors up here in 2018. And in rebar, what we do is we fit a model to the external data. And this could be any model. It could be your favorite prediction method or a method that you think will work well in this data. And then we're going to apply this model to the experiment. And in the experiment, we're going to plug in the experimental covariates, and we're going to get predictions from this model, which we're going to call y hat. Next, we're going to calculate what we call the residual outcome E, and this is just taking the observed outcome y and subtracting off the predicted outcome y hat for each observation. And then finally, we estimate effects on the residual outcomes in place of the observed outcomes. So for example, we could take the simple difference estimator that I said before and apply it to the residual outcomes instead of the observed outcomes. And so, okay, so the reason why this works is that both the prediction function f and the covariates z are independent of the treatment assignment. So z are measured before the treatment assignment, so it is necessarily independent, and f is trained on the external data set. So it's completely independent of the randomized experiment. So as a result, our external predictions y hat are also going to be independent of the treatment assignment. And so if we calculate the treatment effect on the residual outcome, it's going to give us the same treatment effect as, the treatment effect on the residual outcome is the same treatment effect on the observed outcome. So what I've written down here is the residual if unit I was assigned to treatment minus the residual if unit I was assigned to control. And we do very simple algebra, and we're going to get back the individual treatment effect. So estimating effects on the residual outcome is going to give us the same, or we're going to be estimating the same thing. Okay, so how this works, if we improve or if we predict outcomes well in the external data set, or if we use the model from the external data set and predict outcomes well in the experiment, then precision is going to improve for a treatment effect estimate. In addition, if we use the external data, or using the external data set in this way will not bias the results of our average treatment effect. But on the other hand, if the model that we fit does not perform well, then rebar can actually hurt precision relative to, say, the simple difference estimator. So what we've done is we've created a sort of technical fix that will address this last point so that we do not hurt the precision of our estimator. And we call this reloop star. So once again, we're going to do the same exact thing that we did before. We're going to fit our favorite model to the external data set, and we're going to apply that model to the experiment to get external predictions, y hat. And then, for every observation, we're going to regress the true outcome, the observed outcome, onto the predicted outcomes for the remaining observations. And then we're going to get imputed potential outcomes t hat and c hat. And then we do this for each observation. We're going to get all the imputed outcomes for every person in the experiment. And then finally, we're going to plug this t hat and c hat into the loop estimator, which is a method I developed with my advisor. And the loop estimator is a design-based covariate adjustment method for randomized experiments that gives an unbiased estimate of the average treatment effect. And by plugging into the loop estimator, we end up getting reloop star, which is unbiased. And if our predictions made using the model from the external data set are poor, then we expect reloop star to roughly equal the simple difference estimator, and we do not hurt precision. We may also wish to incorporate the external covariates, or the experimental covariates, into the analysis. So these are the covariates that we measured within the experiment itself. We've already used within reloop star the information from the external data, but there's also information to be gained from the experimental covariates. So what we do, which is called reloop, we impute a second set of potential outcomes using the experimental covariates. And now we have two sets. We have one set from the external data set and one set that we imputed using the experimental covariates. And we're going to take a weighted average of these two and then we're going to plug the final imputed potential outcomes into the loop estimator to get reloop without the star. All right, so the question is, does this work? And I guess if it didn't, I wouldn't be showing you this stuff, but we're going to go back to that data set that I said earlier. There are 22 experiments in education, and we're going to analyze the simple difference estimator, which does not take into account covariates or the external data set. We're going to look at rebar and reloop star, which makes adjustments based off of the external data set. And then we're going to look at reloop, which makes adjustments for both the external data set and the covariates. And so what I've plotted here are each of the 22 experiments, and I've plotted the relative ratio of their standard errors. So if it's further to the left, that means that rebar does better, and if it's further to the right, that means the simple difference estimator does better for that particular experiment. And what we can see is that rebar does better in most of the cases. In 17 out of the 22, it does as well or better. However, in 5 of the experiments, it actually does more poorly than not making any adjustments whatsoever. And in one of those cases, it's a very big decrease in performance. We can also compare reloop star to the simple difference estimator, and this is kind of promising. We can see that in all cases, reloop star does at least as well as the simple difference estimator, and in most cases, it does better. So those points that were to the right of the 100% line got shifted down, and the simple difference estimator and reloop star do the same in those cases. We might also want to compare reloop star to rebar, just to see if reloop star actually outperforms rebar in the cases to the left of the line, and we could see reloop star generally does better. And then finally, we might want to know, does using the experimental covariates help? And in fact, we can see that in most cases, it helps at least a little bit. In a few cases, it hurts, but not by much. So we do gain something by looking at both the external data set and the covariates. So to conclude, we can obtain unbiased estimates of the average treatment effect in randomized experiments, and often do much better than not making any adjustments by looking at both the external data set and the experimental covariates. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ed. Do you have any quick questions for Ed? Yes.
I do have a question. I find this is very interesting, but I'm just wondering, do you assume like the external data and the experimental data you're looking at, they're actually from the same population? So is that the assumption that you're actually making for reloop? I mean, is there any way that you can test that assumption?
That's a great question. So the question, just to reiterate, was that am I making the assumption that the experimental and the external data set come from the same population? The answer to that is no. It does not require that they come from the same population. However, in order for performance to improve, we need that the model fit to the external data set actually generalizes to the experiment. Right? If it does not generalize well, then we don't hurt precision, but we don't help. Does that make sense?
Well, thanks a lot.
All right, thank you.
Let's save the other questions to after the session. So our next speaker is Tian Gu from the Biostatistics Department.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tian from Biostatistics. I'm very happy to be here to share my thesis work advised by Jeremy Taylor and Bamar Mukherjee. You will see a lot of similarities from the talk Edward just gave, because data integration is a very popular topic, but we consider different assumptions and a different problem setting. So let's consider the situation where there's a well-established disease prediction model that has been built on a large population. But we don't have access to the individual level data. We only know the form of the model. So the model uses some commonly available predictors X to predict the probability of having some risk of interest Y. So for example, in the famous Gill model, it uses age, race, family history, those commonly available predictors to predict the risk of having breast cancer risk among the 35 to 85 years old women. So more specifically, when we claim we know the form of this y given x model, we mean that we have the estimated parameter coefficient available. Here it should be beta hat. So for example, in the Gaussian normal model, beta hat is the estimated coefficient of x to predict the mean of y. While in the logistic regression, it's the estimated coefficient of x to estimate the log odds of y. So with the development of biomedical science, there's more and more new biomarkers has been identified by researchers and the scientists that are highly correlated with the risk of our interest y. So we are not satisfied with the current y given x model anymore. We believe that including this new biomarker B into the model will improve our prediction power and estimation efficiency. So we want to fit an expanded model y given xb, including this new biomarker. So we collected the complete data y, x, and the new biomarker B on a small data set. This represents a small data set, and we want to fit an expanded model y given xb. Our target parameter is gamma hat. Because we have a small data set, so very naturally we want to incorporate the existing external model information in order to improve the estimation efficiency. So here is the problem, our problem setting. We want to use the small internal data set, the complete data set of y, x, and b, and to incorporate the external model y given x, the beta hat from y given x, in order together to fit a regression model of y given xb. So how do people usually solve this problem? So one of the most popular ways is to use constrained maximum likelihood approach. So especially one famous paper proposed by Chatterjee et al. In 2016, they convert the external beta hat into a constraint by connecting the external y given x model and the internal y given xb model. And together with the internal small sample data, they maximize the likelihood subject to the constraint in order to have this gamma hat CML, constrained maximum likelihood. This is definitely a great method. There's a lot of advantages, but one of the biggest restriction of this is it requires a specific form of the external y given x model. What does that mean? It does not require only the beta hat. You also have to know the exact form, like whether they use a logistic regression with the logis link or other parametric model. We know there's a lot of non-parametric prediction model in machine learning area that can predict very well, but they do not fit here because you need the specific distribution of y given x in order to calculate the constraint. So here comes our synthetic data method we proposed. The idea of synthetic data is motivated from the literature in survey methodology. So what is synthetic data method? Assume internally we have a small data set of size n with complete data of y, x, and b. And we create synthetic data by using the power of the external existing model beta hat we have to create the synthetic data, then combine with our original data set. With this combined data set, you can see there's some missing B in the synthetic data because externally the model was built on X only, so we don't have power to create those B. So in order to jointly to estimate this combined data set to fit our target regression y given xb, we have to assume the internal y given x model, y given x distribution is the same internally and externally in the two populations. And our target y given xb model is the correctly specified model. So how to create the synthetic data? Let's go through with a toy example. Suppose we have only 30 observations in our internal data, and we copied the whole X 10 times. So now we have 300 observations of X. Then we append those 300 observations together. Then with the external ability of y given x, we can generate the y star by input those x's into the, say, online calculator. So more specifically, say you have a binary outcome y, and you have an online calculator. You put all these x's into the online calculator. It will give you 300 predicted probability of having kind of disease. And you use the binomial generator to generate 300, 0, and 1, then that's your y star, the synthetic y here. Then you create your synthetic data. Then you append the synthetic data with your original data set. You have this, we call it combined data set. You can fit your target regression on this combined data set. Any method that can handle the missing data can be used here. In our study, we used multiple imputation to handle the missing B here. So there's two things to note here. One is there's other ways to generate X instead of just copy paste the whole axis here. You can use Bootstrap to generate different axes, but we only focus on the asymptotic variance features, so they are essentially the same. And the second one is how many synthetic data you have to create, like how large the S has to be. So the size of the synthetic data represents the uncertainty you want to introduce from the externally built model. So if you put infinity synthetic data here, you're essentially assuming the external model is the true has the true beta. You will not gain infinite efficiency by appending like more and more synthetic data. There is a plateau we can see from the simulation. So usually in reality and in our real data example, we create the size of synthetic data compatible with the sample size in the literature the people propose their model. Say if their model was built on 10,000 patients, we create 10,000 synthetic data. So in general, we have an original data set of size n. Then we copy paste the X a large number of times. Then we use the external model y given X to create the y star, synthetic y star. Then together with the original data, you analyze the combined data set with some missing B. And the internal data is in the yellow block, and the external summary level information is in the red box from your synthetic data. So compared to the constrained maximize approach, we have a more flexible framework. Of course, as long as you have the ability to generate the y star, you can use our method. And we relax the assumption of the transportability. We require the conditional y given x and y given xb to be the same in the internal population and the external population instead of the more restricted assumption of the joint y xb, which is usually unrealistic in reality. And besides, from the extensive simulation and theoretical justification, we found we can achieve the same asymptotic efficiency of gamma, and we can simplify the task from solving the complex constraint optimization. We also convert the original problem into a missing data problem, and intuitively, we are able to combine information from multiple external models, which I will introduce the idea very, very, very soon. So in two special cases where the closed form distribution is available, which is the Gaussian YXB and the binary YXB, we can calculate the exact form of the variance. Then we compared to the existing methods, we can see we can achieve the same asymptotic performance. And we also applied our method to the high-grade prostate cancer risk calculator model. So the high-grade prostate cancer model use the commonly available X, the PSA score, age, those biopsy histories to predict the risk of having high-grade prostate cancer. We create synthetic data based on this well-established model. To our three expanded models we are interested in. One is the Y given X plus B1. B1 is a continuous biomarker, and B2 is a binary biomarker. We can see we can gain efficiency in the X covariance because you are essentially incorporating the more X information from externally. There's no gain in the the new biomarker coefficient because all the information comes from your internal data. So I just introduced the idea how to create synthetic data, use the synthetic data method if you have one external calculator or existing model of Y given X. And we can simply extend this to multiple external calculators. Say you have two external well-established model, Y given X1 and the Y given X2. Internally, you have Y, X1, X2, and the new biomarker B. So the same idea, you copy paste the X1 and the X2 accordingly to your external calculator 1 and calculator 2. You use these two to create synthetic data. Then together you have two sets of synthetic data, one from the external calculator Y given X1 and the other from Y given X2. And you can use different method which can handle this type of missing data to fit your target regression. And here's the reference with the CML method in contentionally flying away, sorry. And thank you, I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks very much, perfect timing. Do we have any quick questions for Tian? Okay, thanks a lot again, and let's switch to the next speaker. Do you want to use your own? Typically, it's okay. It's only the formulas that are. I think all the other people are.
Yeah, it's fine. It seems.
It looks fine. Okay, yeah. Perfect. So our next speaker is Alauddin Ahmad from the Mechanical Engineering Department.
Good morning. My name is Alauddin Ahmed. I am from Mechanical Engineering Department. I am an assistant research scientist there. And I'll be presenting our recent work on the data-driven discovery of materials for energy storage. This work has been done in collaboration with the researchers from chemistry department and also the researchers from Ford Motor Company. So, and we acknowledge the supports two different Department of Energy research grants and one National Science Foundation grant for this work. And I'll be, in this talk, I'll be showing how data science and applied machine learning can be used for energy and environmental problem solutions for the improvement of our life. This is one of the examples. Say in 2017, nearly 1/3 of the U.S. greenhouse gas generated from transportation sector. And 60% of this comes from light-duty vehicles such as passenger cars that we drive every day. And over 90% of the fuel used by these passenger cars are petroleum-based. And if we burn these petroleum-based fuels, then approximately 97% of these are carbon dioxide, as you can see from these pie charts. So the bad news is the projected increase of passenger cars by 2050 would be around 1 to 2.5 billion. So that's the bad news for us, for the society. And one of the solutions would be hydrogen car. And hydrogen is thought to be the fuel of the future with zero carbon emission. So what we can do, we can collect energy from the sun as a solar energy, and then we can use it to generate electricity, and use electricity to split the water to generate hydrogen and oxygen. That hydrogen run our car. And interestingly, this burning of this hydrogen generates water instead of carbon dioxide. One of the predictions says that we can save significant amount of petroleum product, and also the carbon dioxide. We can reduce carbon dioxide significantly if we introduce hydrogen cars. So for example, in the left plot, you can see that we can save 109 billion gallons of gasoline per year by 2050. And on the right side, you see that how much carbon dioxide reduction can be possible. It's around 1,026 million tons. So there's a significant savings of fuel and reduction of carbon dioxide. But the problem is, although the hydrogen car has better mileage and low, operating cost, it is quite expensive. Say, for example, you see that a Toyota Mirai is the retail price is $58,000. It's approximately 3 times higher than the conventional cars, gasoline-run cars. So these costs comes from how we store hydrogen in this car. So in this, the picture you see that the yellow cylinders there are 2 yellow cylinders. They are high-pressure cylinders. So the design of these cylinders are costly, and you have to compress this gas at high pressure. So both of these technologies are very expensive. So and also sometimes it's hazardous, it's flammable. And the problem is, the main problem comes from the volume of the hydrogen. So here I gave you an example that 1 pound of hydrogen consumes nearly 200 cubic foot. So this kind of, you understand that you need a 64 cubic meter tank behind your car currently if you want to use hydrogen stored at room temperature and pressure. That's how we live. So this is the problem. So our target to use non-flammable materials to store this hydrogen, so that we can reduce the cost and the flammability problem. So there is a novel class of materials called metal organic framework, and these are the pioneering candidates for this type of hydrogen storage. This can be synthesized in lab from like salts, like table salts that we used, and like drug-like small molecules like paracetamols, like aspirin. So I'm giving some examples. These are the components. You use it in a beaker, then you get solid crystalline materials, and it has a 3-dimensional structures. And the important part is the yellow big space. Around 80 to 90% of these materials contains like empty space. There's nothing. So what we do, we just like put hydrogen and other gases inside this empty space. For an example, I give you an example here. 1/4 of a teaspoon contains the area of London Stadium. So you can imagine how much space we can generate synthesizing this kind of material. So we want to discover such material. In this presentation, I'm showing how we did it using data-driven science and machine learning. So the one problem with this material is with the design flexibility of these materials and tunability, it comes with the curse of infinite possibilities. Like say, for example, you can actually have these combinations. You can imagine 91 to 93 metals and like 10 to the power 60 small molecules that people like estimated in the universe, and approximately 17,000 to 18,000 topologies. If you have all possible combinations, it's almost impossible that how many design you can do or synthesize. And also, another problem is with a single design, you can tune these structures with different kind of compositional elements. If you change, then you can do. So we have unlimited options. So how to solve this problem? So we developed a hybrid methodology to address this problem. It involves database creation, data mining, feature engineering, atomistic simulations, high-throughput computation, machine learning, all these aspects. And these are the several parts I'm showing here. We build the crystal structures, and we different calculational method to generate the data. And we created a big data set, and then we experimentally synthesized some of these materials in the chemistry lab. And we validated these in Ford Motor that these are applicable to real cars. So there's the part of the that I've been talking about. So we collected all known, publicly known morph crystal structures from the world. So the upper part, all the green one is the real. That means already synthesized in the lab somewhere else in the world. And all this purple one are hypothetically designed in computers. So altogether, we have 500,000 morphs. Currently, it is actually 800,000 for me, but I published on that on 500,000. And after that, what we did, we asked our chemistry colleague to synthesize some of the materials so that we can benchmark our computational approach. And then you see the blues are calculated, and the blacks are experimental. How close we can reproduce the experimental data using our computational techniques. And gaining this confidence that we can do that, we run like a screening approach on 500,000 materials, like morphs. And then we discovered these 4 materials. These are currently the world record-setting materials for hydrogen storage. So they are the best morphs known for the hydrogen storage, and we published in Nature Communication this year. So these are some of the results that you can see. And another outcome of these results is, and we created one of the largest database, structure, property, performance database for the hydrogen storage. It's now in Highmark. This is a collaboration of 5 different national labs, DOE-funded national labs. So we, uploaded all this data. Anyone can access this data for their future research. And having this all big data set, what we did, based on our 100,000 computational data, we have 400,000 that we didn't explore with our computations. And then we thought, okay, that's a good opportunity to use machine learning for that, use 20% of data, predict for the 80%. And then these are some of the features that most of the machine learning people are interested about, feature engineering. So we selected some of the crystallographic properties that we also computed for all 500,000. Then in the left side, you see the input features. On the right side, we calculated 10 different conditions of how we can actually store hydrogen in these materials. And we not only predicted the capacities, what we did, we also reverse engineered. Say, for example, we want a specific capacity. Say, we want something better that's not known today. So we can actually also reverse engineer. So how the properties of that morph would look like. So we also did that one. So we use so-called classical machine learning. We didn't do any deep learning for this part of our work. So we tested around 12 to 14 different methods because of based on freelance theorem, we don't know which one is correct or which one gives us the best results. And finally, we found that extremely randomized methods, it's an ensemble method. It's performed better for our case. And you can see that in the left plots, we can predict energy, hydrogen storage energy per unit mass and per unit volume with high confidence, around over 98% accuracy we can predict it. And in the middle, you can see how the differences between the residuals and the right, the distribution of different databases, how good, how you can, this bell-shaped curves represents that we are quite good, reproducing the data with our machine learning. This is for our confidence that we have done it correctly. And based on that, we predicted the hydrogen storage capacities of 400,000 unknown morphs that unseen by our machine learning models. And then the main interesting discovery of that, we approximately 70,000 discovered materials that actually can outperform the best known morphs currently synthesized in different labs. So that's a good thing. Then we are working on that area to discover new materials. Our chemistry collaborators are working in that direction. And another important aspect of our work is what we did also, we reverse engineering some of these properties, like crystallographic properties, that if we want to synthesize a new morph in the lab without any prior knowledge, then what how it looked like. If we want a high capacity, then these are the properties reverse engineered with a very high confidence. You see that the statistics are there, so I should not read all these around over 90%. Many of them are over 95% accuracy. So with these, we are now reverse engineering some of our MOFs in a chemistry lab and in computer generated models we are creating, and then we are sending it to our chemistry colleagues for synthesizing. And I didn't add any slide on that. Our Ford Motor Company collaborators, what they did, they collected these structures from the chemistry lab, and then they put it in a system level predictions that if we design a storage tank with these materials, how it will perform, then we get very good predictions that actually matches Department of Energy's target, 2020 target. So, and we also published it elsewhere. So these are some of our publications that we recently did. Some of these conclusions that we already know that we discovered materials based on a 500,000 databases, and it's accurate because our features were very good. But the main outcome of this work, I would say, this can be used for other purposes like natural gas storage. Also, you can use it for the carbon capture. So these are the two different aspects we can actually explore with the same methodology. And the main important outcome of these, the databases that we created can be used for developing a digital twin technologies for materials, for the nanoporous materials, and that can lead us to the smart manufacturing. So that would be probably the next step how we can actually use these big data sets for to push the technology further. Thank you. And these are.
Thanks very much. Do we have any quick questions for our speaker? Okay, let's hope we can drive those cars in the near future. And thanks everyone for participating in the session. And let's thank all of our 5 excellent speakers again. Yuqi Gu, Tian Gu, and Ed Wu, and Jia Yuzhou, and Aladdin. Who's next?
Forget about it. Okay, good. Good you guys are here. So, yeah, I want to welcome Sam Mukherjee and Trisha Fountain to the stage. Sam Mukherjee is a faculty member in the School of Music, Theater, and Dance in the Department of Music Theory. And Trisha Fountain is MIDAS Education Program Manager. So they will be announcing the Student Poster Award competition winners. And I just want to say 2 things about the logistics. After the award announcements, the posters will be up for maybe another hour. So if you want to check out the posters, there's still time. And then the last session of the day will start 1:30 this afternoon, 1:30 to 4:30, and that's presentations and panel discussion on data science for music. If you were here yesterday afternoon listening to Nathan Martin's presentation on the cadences in Mozart's music, that was only a teaser.
Okay, thanks so much, Jing, for that. Thanks so much for organizing such a wonderful symposium. And I have to say that this is probably the best job one could have. Certainly most kind of fun to be able to announce these wonderful prizes for our student posters. So I hope you're looking forward to this. We actually received more than 80 posters for this, so it was a fantastic kind of turnout from various students and staff and faculty as well. And so it was obviously, as you can imagine, a very hard decision to come to the decision about who's going to be getting these things. And we have 9 of these awards to hand out. So I'll begin with the very first one. So the award for the innovative use of data prize goes to the team of Rupam Bhattacharya, Minjin Ha, Jinji Liu, and Veerabhadran Baladandayutapani for their poster, Transprecise, a proteomics-based network modeling of pan-cancer human and cell line interactome. So if you're here, please come and accept your award, yeah. second prize for the innovative use of data goes to Fan Feng and Ji Liu for their poster Predicting Chromatin Organization at Nucleosome Resolution. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Award for the most interesting methodological advancement goes to Lulu Shang, Jennifer A. Smith, Zhang Zhou for their poster Leveraging Gene Co-Expression Patterns to Infer Trait-Relevant Tissues in Genome-Wide Association Studies. Award for most likely to make an impact in the field goes to the poster by Irena Chen and Zhenka Wu for their poster Regression Analysis of Dependent Binary Data for Estimating Disease Etiology from Case-Control Studies. Most interesting methodological advancement, Yujia Pan and Johan Gagnon Barsch for their poster Parsing Latent Factors in High-Dimensional Classification. Second prize for most likely to make an impact in the field, Emily Roberts, Michael Elliott, and Jeremy Taylor for their poster Incorporating Patient Subgroups During Surrogate Endpoint Validation. Most likely to make a societal impact award goes to Leah Bozart and Jaren Budak for their poster Profit for You and Me, Exploring Ad Servers on Fake News Sites. Another award for most likely to make a societal impact goes to Dihan Yu and VG Vinod Vaidiswaram for their poster Natural Language Processing Approaches to Detect Mentions of Drugs and Adverse Events in Tweets. And finally, award for best overall poster goes to Rupam Bhattacharya, Minji Ha, Chinji Liu, and Veerabhadran Baladandatyuttapani. Okay, I'll get it right the second time. For their poster, Transprecise Proteomics-Based Network Modeling of Pan-Cancer Human and Cell Line Interactome. So let's just give one last big round of applause for all our prize winners. And as Jing mentioned, these posters will still be up for a little bit more in the West and East conference rooms outside and in the assembly hall as well. So please have a look at them again while they're up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all for your participation in this symposium. It continues, but this is sort of the official closing of the official part, I suppose. I mean, we've got our poster session, we've got the music and data science workshop in the afternoon. So hope to continue to see you there, but I guess enjoy. All right, so I'm delighted to welcome you all to this workshop on data science and music. Come on in, come on in. We've had, for that many of you were here for the past day and a half as we had our MIDAS Annual Symposium, and we had some pre-symposium activities, and now we have some post-symposium activities. And this one is specifically geared towards data science and music. I want to take just a minute to talk about the history of this. So MIDAS started a little over 4 years ago. And when the initial intention in creating MIDAS was to say, well, data science could be everything to everybody. Let's focus on a few areas and really develop excellence by focusing. And there were 4 initial pillars that had been established. It became quickly evident that there was a lot more to the university than the 4 pillars. And a first step towards expanding past those 4 pillars was Eric Mikkelsen and Jason Corey finding some resources to develop a 5th mini pillar in the area of data science for music. There were 4 projects funded under that program, and these are the 4 that you see listed here. And today is a celebration of the work that has been done by these 4 groups, and more broadly, taking stock of where we are in this area with this effort that so many brains have worked at collaboratively across disciplines for the past couple of years. Without taking up more time on the intro, I'd like to ask our first speaker to come up. That's Jacob Hyman, a student in computer science and engineering, who's going to be talking about the first project on understanding and mining patterns of audience engagement. And we should have your talk.
I can use this way. Fine. Thanks. All right, hello everybody. So this is a talk on basically doing data mining on the patterns that people create when they create music. So there will be a lot of interesting work too on data mining to capture the patterns in the music itself, but we want to kind of understand the behavior of people as they are creating music. So this is work that's actually been performed by a number of great researchers. Sang-Won was finishing up his PhD advised by Walter in human-computer interaction at the University of Michigan here, and Sang-Won is now a professor at Virginia Tech, as well as Aaron Will, an undergraduate student, and Denai Kutra, who's actually my advisor. I am none of these people. My name is Mark Hyman. But Denai would be giving this presentation, but she has to teach a class right now, so I am giving it instead. So let's talk about this work, the effect of social interaction on facilitating audience participation in a live music performance. So this is the hand motion to, you may have guessed, or maybe you haven't guessed, but oops. Okay, this is the famous song "We Will Rock You" by Queen. It can be heard at like every sporting event everywhere. It's become a phenomenon because like everybody knows, right, how the chorus goes. You even know like the stomp, stomp, clap movement. And so it's really interesting when you see like at many of these events, like a massive number of people coming together to create music in this form. And we want to study this form of crowd collaborated musical creation. And we're going to do it in a controlled context as well, and then try to see what we can learn from that. So the lesson that we can see from the Queen example, and we'll go on to see, right? So whenever you want to get an audience or a crowd of people together to come and make the music themselves, not just participate in the music, but make it, the challenge is always coordinating the efforts of a ton of people, right? And so there's a lot of examples of people who have put together these very experimental music projects where they will get audience to actually participate in creating the music. But it is always a challenge, right? So a lot of musicians have thought it, they want to provide this, right? If you can do it, it provides a really engaging experience for the audience because they actually get to make the music and not just passively witness it. It has a long history. People have come with a lot of different approaches to trying to get the audience involved in a productive way. So what are some of the challenges that are involved in getting the audience to participate in music? So one of them is that it needs to be immediate, right? So, for example, this isn't the case for every type of music, right? If Western classical music is perhaps one that may be challenging for a typical audience, right? If you just give out everybody a violin, how many people are going to be able to like productively make beautiful music on a violin. Definitely not me. Right, and then like, it's not only that it's something you want to be able to participate immediately, right, and that requires being able to actually master the instrument, being able to like play the music, right, because then also if it's like, you must play this exact music, that's also difficult. So there are a lot of challenges to being able to get the audience to immediately start participating. Another challenge is being able to make the participation sustainable, right? So once you've gotten the audience to participate, that's not the end of the story, right? You want them to keep participating, right? It doesn't work great if after 30 seconds they lose interest. So how can we keep the ball rolling and keep the audience engaged in making music? So once you have gotten the audience to start, you've gotten them to keep going, the other question is, like, how can we make this like some type of organized effort in a sense, or at least not a cacophony of sound, right? Hence, how can we orchestrate the crowd? So the key to this that we're going to think about is we're going to get this social interactivity element via a mobile network, right? And so the idea here is to utilize the smartphone, which is a ubiquitous technology that almost everybody has these days. And so what we're going to do in this system is to distribute a very, very simple musical instrument over the network, right? So to everyone's smartphone, they basically have a musical instrument that, to solve the problem of immediacy, is so simple anybody can make music on it. How do we get the sustainability? We're going to provide ways for the audience to interact with other audience members through this musical instrument, right? That network key. So the fact that the audience is like not just creating music in isolation, but gets to participate and engage with each other, is, we hope, going to sustain their participation. So, right, and so the last challenge, I guess, of orchestrating the crowd is going to involve like a live coding system, which we'll see that kind of brings all their musical efforts together. Right, so, okay. Right, so anyway, so let's formulate some research questions, right, as this is an academic effort as well as an artistic one. So one of the things that we'd like to understand in this work is, does incorporating the social interaction among the audience members actually help sustain the participation, right? That's the hypothesis, that to be able to keep the audience engaged, the social interaction will help. The second question is, how does that social interactivity influence and shape the audience creative engagement, right? So can that actually affect the type of music that they make and maybe allow us to even orchestrate it better? So these are the two questions that we'll try to study throughout the work, right? So basically, like, does this actually work in terms of getting the audience engaged, and then can we understand what it actually does when they're engaged? So this is a very simple example of the crowd and C network. So you can see that each person has around 5 notes, and you can arrange the 5 notes however you want with this graphical interface. And the notes are tuned to a diatonic scale, meaning basically that there are no wrong notes. You can kind of move it however you want. The timbres, you can tell, they're not very complex, so it's a pretty pleasing, it's almost guaranteed to have a pleasing sound. And you create the notes. You're given this initial pattern of 5 notes, but you can drag it however you want to arrange the sound. So the first mode that you can see here, you can see that there are several ways you can view the notes. And so it's green when you're in this compose mode, which is where you get to actually manipulate these 5 notes to make your own melody. But the other thing that you can do is you can actually browse other people's melodies. And you can also mingle with other people's melodies, and we'll talk about this as well. But this basically is the social impact. You can passively observe other people's work, and you can actively engage with it yourself. So, right, anyways, you can just see, right, everything's very simple. The ball, that little yellow ball that's sliding around, tells you exactly what note is being played. So the user can clearly understand how they're creating the music. But even with little understanding, just with this very simple visual exploration, you can create music that sounds decent. So in the browse mode, right, this is you viewing somebody else's melody, right? And so again, you can see how their melody is progressing. But this is not yours. You can't necessarily drag around with it. However, here's what you can do. So if you want to mingle with the melody, so remember you have your own melody, which is your own melody is in green. But you can also mingle with your melody, and you also see that they liked the melody. You can provide feedback even if you don't want to. But this is kind of where you actually collaborate to create a new music, right? Because you were kind of overlaying your melody on top of this other person's. And so, So yeah, so you can see that there's a lot of different social actions you can perform, both liking, as you quickly saw, but then also actually combining with other people to create more music. So how do we actually send the code over the cloud, right? If there are like 100 people and they're all playing musical instruments on the smartphone, the collective outcome is not going to sound very interesting, just like a wash of sound, right? Now, admittedly, some steps have been taken, right? You could hear that all the musical instruments were in the same key, in this case, the musical key of C major. So it will largely sound kind of in the rough key, which is good. But again, if you just are playing like a C chord, you know, then if you're playing that forever, which is what it would sound like if you had 100 people all at once, that's not really a musical effort, right? And so there's actually, I think, a lot of other, steps that you can take. So one of the things that you can do is you can actually change the chord and you could change the timbre, right? So you have a composer who's sitting up here. So originally everybody's playing the C major chord, right? And that's basically what you heard last time. But the composer can actually change the chord. So now everybody is basically playing an E minor chord. And you can also control some of the timbres. So you heard some very pure, like almost very sinusoidal timbres. But you can also change it to reflect some other musical instruments. And those directives that the composer sends will then be output to the crowd. It won't mitigate the fact that the interface is still very simple for the crowd to use, and they're more or less now they're playing in an E minor chord, right? Their notes are roughly ranged around that, but they're still playing something it's still constrained in an E minor-ish scale. I guess barring a few music theoretical details, like they'll still be making almost impossible to play wrong notes. So there are ways that the composer can like change things up and give the crowd different options without compromising the limited set of options that the crowd has, right? The fact that they're still in a sandbox is very hard to break. That was a very weird metaphor, my bad. Okay, so, right, anyways, you can just see, right, visualizing that. So here's what the performer's interface looks like, right? So you could actually go to this website if you want to see it. Now, without a composer, there's a lot of setup work that you have to have. Unfortunately, we don't have a demo of this today. But it would look something like this, right? And so you can basically see your own code, but then also you can see everybody else's. So if you're like, okay, I really want to know what Lena is up to, right? You can click on Lena. You can see Lena has gotten like 5 likes. So you're like, okay, Lena must be making good music. And you can go like that if you want, or mingle with it. You can, of course, browse it first. So with this system, the crowd in C has been deployed at several places. One has actually been at another University of Michigan event, but it's also made it to several other places, conferences, a couple universities. One of them is actually in Brazil, and that one was done remotely. So, right, so the advantage of this, right, it's a system that takes place over the web. You saw it's hosted at a URL you can actually visit. And so that means it's actually very flexible and can be used in a lot of different places. So anyways, yeah, it's not going to be used tonight, but yeah. So overall, right, it's been performed several times in concert with a lot of audience members. So yeah, it is something that's a viable option for making the music. So here's how you can see kind of like a little bit of the crowd in C in action. So you can kind of hear that, like, there is, I mean, right, it's not a massively complex piece of music, but see, there you can hear that there's actually a little bit of, like, you heard some accidentals or some things that weren't just in, it doesn't sound just like a boring C chord, right? There's actually some things because the composer is giving them different options. The composer can actually create some musical complexity in a sound. But you have a bunch of audience members who are engaged in making the music. So yeah, this can be, it can produce a lot of interesting sounds, right? You can hear the chords changing. So, all right. Anyway, so and there's been some previous work prior to this paper, right, that will also study some of this. So this is all kind of trying to understand the question one, right, of getting the audience engaged. And you saw to some extent the audience can get engaged. But so one of the things is that there has this option, the mingle option, right, which is where the audience can actually collaborate with each other to create additional music. And we want to study, okay, how does the audience collaborate with each other, and what does it look like when they create new music? So the mingle section basically allows the real-time interaction with other audience members. And here are some hand-curated examples of that. Sorry. Wait, hold on a sec. Okay, I don't know how I skipped a billion slides. So, that's very strange. Okay. So I was like, okay, that is interesting. All right, anyways, apologies. Right, so we're going to first describe, before we jump to the end, kind of the method for how we got the data that is actually going to be studied. So this is based on a performance, and there are 87 people in this performance, right? And so there are 4 types of actions that can take the edit, the self-composing, basically. The browse, you look at other people's composing. But then the heart and the mingle are the social actions. You can either just simply send feedback to them, which is just a social action without a musical component. The mingle action is also an action that's outwardly directed but has a musical component, right? You're combining your music with the other person's to create something new. So the first question, right, about the sustaining audience engagement, we want to study like how this changes over time, right? Like, do people do a lot more social activities? When do they do them? And so we can see at first is that there are mostly people are editing, right? And that makes sense. The first thing that you do when you're in the system is just play around with the own notes you're given and create something you like, right? But over time, you then see that after you've gotten some initial compositions, right, you're kind of curious, what can you do with other people, right? And so you might want to mingle with other people and start trying to create new things. And there's still some editing going on, but it does tend to be a little bit lower toward the end, right, as you start to turn more towards social actions. You can see that the number of likes tends to pick up, or the hearts tends to pick up toward the end. And there's a fair amount of browsing throughout. At first you might browse a little more, and then there's still some at the end as well. It should be noted, I'm speaking very roughly. Of course, as you can clearly see, these patterns, they're certainly not monotonic, right? They're certainly not like only increasing or decreasing over time. There are peaks wherever. But you can see that some of the peaks happen. Broadly speaking, the edits tend to peak earlier than some of the social activities. So, but overall, though, it does seem like there is you can kind of see that in a rough sense if you kind of add up the area under all of these curves. It's increasing. I mean, well, at the first it's very active, but then also the end it's very active, right? It gets between them it's a little bit less, but it's not a significant dip. So it does seem like there is a lot of activity. One of the things that the authors note is that there's also some of the initial peak is also due to everybody needing to create like a screen name and stuff, and that's also shown as edit. So in a sense, you could even argue that the truest peak of total activity comes at that end, where you can see around the timestamp 440 to 460. So, right, so yeah, so we can kind of see the different patterns broken down in terms of the musical activity versus the social activity, where you start looking outward at what other people are doing. So, right, anyway, so you can see that some of the places where these interventions, I guess, happen. So, one of the things to understand, does the social setting that is facilitated by crowd and see actually create more activity? So one of the things that is wanted to be studied is how can we see the distribution of activity plotted along 2 directions, right? This passive direction, which more tends to be along if you're just interested in the musical aspect of things, right? You are interested in editing your own things, maybe seeing what other people are up to, but essentially you're not really interested in actively, outwardly taking actions that other people can see. Versus the active, right, which is where you take actions like liking other people's things or mingling with them, right? Actions that other people, right, you can see that are directed at kind of giving other people feedback as well. So overall, in general, of course, right, there's a line, right, and the more active is in the upper right, less active is in the lower left, right, more active along the total dimension. So in general, these things are also annotated by the number of likes that is received, right? So the size of the circle reflects that. So the average number of likes that people receive is around a little over 8, right? And then there's some, right, it's broken up into these 3 groups as well that you can see as well. So the authors cluster a couple different groups, and if time allows, it may not allow, we'll see some more preliminary analysis that we perform with some other ways you could cluster this, but they kind of identify, just from a semantic aspect of, right, trying to identify groups that they thought were musically interesting. An active group of people who are very much into the social aspects, right? The liking and mingling. And then people who are very into the musical aspects, right? They're really high in the editing and browsing rate. So they're really invested in their own music, but maybe, or at least maybe a passive witness of what other people are doing, but not much more than that. And then, of course, there are just some people who are, more to the lower left and are less interested in general. So one of the questions is, who actually gets all the likes, right? Is it the music that determines who gets the likes, or the social aspect that gets the likes, right? Because you can say, is it really like the point of crowd and see, right? Does it get social engagement based on the music, or based on the social network features? So we'll now look at some examples of this. So here are a couple examples of things that earned likes. One of the things about them is you can actually see that some of them just have interesting, distinctive visual patterns, right? They're all clustered together, or they arrange a meaningful pattern. The last one you can see is kind of spelling out the Virginia Tech logo. As I mentioned, the first author is now a professor at Virginia Tech. So you can see that some people are, in a sense, they're hamming it up, right? And maybe it's less about the music. In some ways, more about the visual patterns. And the authors will note that that is one thing that's, you could say that maybe in some ways crowd and sees spurs engagement because of the visual rather than the musical creations. So one of the other questions is, how does the social engagement actually affect the type of music people create? And what we can basically want to study is, when do people actually edit their melody, right? And when do they go witness someone else's melody, then hey, I should revise my own melody. So on average, you can see that people will tend to edit their melodies more after they browse popularly liked melodies. And so that might suggest that maybe that they see, see this melody, and then that's a melody that a lot of people liked. And so when it's a melody that people like, maybe it's actually a good melody, because also the people who see it then go back and edit their own actions. So one of the things that the authors consider, right, is the fact that this might actually mean that, hey, the melodies that are getting liked actually do have musical merit, because they're going back and making people edit their own melodies, right, possibly out of inspiration. So there does seem to be some musical aspects of people that are being generated. So it's not just visual or a popularity contest. So just to conclude this work was presented at a conference, and so I'm giving the presentation for the conference. I'll then show a little bit of exploratory analysis before we're wrapping up. But this is basically presenting this system called Crowd and See, which is a system that allows an audience to participate in generating music. And what I hope that you take away from this is that there's a lot of really interesting data mining questions that can be asked, right? Because the audience actually generates a lot of data as it plays. And there's a lot of challenges, right? In terms of challenges actually initiating audience engagement, sustaining it. A lot of the questions on how best to do that are best answered by taking these very data scientific approaches, right? Otherwise, we have no way of knowing, are we just creating another popularity contest for people, or are we actually creating something that facilitates musical creativity, right? Can we actually understand, our different types of people, right? So otherwise, you might be hey, it's really weird that these people are not liking music, but we saw instead some people don't like or browse or mingle as much, but they're really into editing and browsing, right? So some people tend to be more they're very invested musically. They maybe are more socially introverted, right? But it's good to be able to characterize these different forms of behavior, and that I'm sure can inspire additional types of development of the crowd and see system. So I think there's a lot of things that are interesting in this work. And of course, this is funded by MIDAS, and there's a lot of other people aside from just the authors that I mentioned who've contributed to this work. Georg Essel was formerly a professor in the computer science and music department, I believe, before moving off to Wisconsin. All right, so just in a couple minutes, let me just show you some additional things that we're doing. We're trying to up the data mining aspect to this now that the system is kind of in place. So one of the things is that, as we said, there are several different actions that the user can perform, right? Editing, browsing, liking, and mingle. And so essentially we can represent this user as 4 features, right? The number of times you edit, the number of times you browse, like, and mingle. So with these 4 features, you can actually cluster the users, kind of like what the authors of the paper did visually when they try to identify the high music, high social groups. But it's possible that there are different ways to cluster, or even different numbers of groups of people you could find. So we don't have to just identify the social people and the musical people. Maybe we can find more things. So with this hierarchical clustering approach, basically you would find clustering by choosing to split these cluster at some point, and there are several different places you could split it. I just put one, but wherever you move that vertical or horizontal line could give you a different number of clusters. Here's just an example of 3 clusters, which I've given another qualitative interpretation of. One where you have like high external activity, right, which browsing can kind of fall either internal or external, right? The authors were somewhat classifying it as an internal activity because you're not really sending feedback outwards. But of course, it is turning your attention outwards. So cluster 2 has the high intra-activity, right? Which, like you can see, there's some overlap, and I think it'd be interesting to explore how we should characterize the browse action. And then cluster 3 just has low activity. So it's kind of very much does support the analysis that the authors has found about the extra activity, the social activity versus like the musical activity. But it's a slightly different perspective. But there are, of course, many other types of clusterings you could come up with. Another approach, so in Denai's group, which I work in, we do a lot of data mining on large networks or graphs. So basically, we can actually use the network structure to actually cluster users with a technique called node embedding, where essentially not just taking the 4 features of the actions, but you can actually learn features from the user based in the network structure. So this is the who mingles with whom graph. And we use a feature learning method called NodeDevec and cluster into 3 clusters, the same as we found earlier. And what we can kind of see in this analysis is that there are kind of 2 distinct connected communities, right? So people who do mingle a lot with each other, but they still tend to kind of form 2 meaningfully full different communities that you can kind of separate. But then there are also a bunch of loners as well, right? People who maybe mingle with one other person but are not that well connected as well. One other thing, this is even more preliminary, but there is some work that we've also done on trying to just do some dynamic network analysis as well. And I'll just play a very small amount of it, and then we'll wrap up. One sec, wait. Okay, yeah. Anyway, so here. Right. Anyway, so you can kind of see like how this network evolves over time. At first, only a few people mingle with each other apart because maybe people are creating their own melodies. But you can see this picking up more and more. Right? This was corroborating what the authors had found when they were saying that, hey, the number of social activities tends to grow. Did I just pause? Yeah, okay. So I only had a very small snippet because I didn't want to take that much time. But the network continues to grow over time. I think that there are a lot of interesting questions that can be formed modeling the network itself in a temporally evolving way. But these are all things I think can be explored in the future. One of the things about this work is that it can be generalized to a lot of settings. And I mentioned the authors have already performed this work at like 5 places, right? It can be used in a classroom. It can be used in a performance, right, in a live context, right? It was used remotely already in Brazil once, which I think is really interesting. So it has a lot of application, but there are some limitations. And one of the things we noted, right, was when we actually hand curated some of the most like examples, you can see a lot of them formed distinct visual patterns. And so if you're interested in creating, spurring on like musical efforts, then you may want to try to make the efforts more musically motivated rather than visually motivated. And so I think it's something that they want to explore more, as well as trying to understand, right, so the performer, the composer who's like getting to change all the settings and right, give them different chords to work with, right, and the audience, they might have different types of agendas, and so being able to understand those better, I think, has a lot of implications as well. So there are just a lot of open questions, I guess, that can still be answered. But yeah, so I think a lot of work has been done, both in terms of the engineering standpoint as well as the data science standpoint. But there's a lot of work to do to further build this out as a performance tool. So with that, I'll just wrap up here. Thank you all, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the presentations as well.
Questions? If you have questions, you can walk up to the 2 mics on the side. I'll ask you the first question,
sure.
Which is, are you guys interested in finding out, or are you guys already trying to find out whether this kind of participation makes it more likely for people to go to live concerts to enjoy live concerts more, or change how they view music and music production?
That's actually, I mean, that's a great question. So I don't think we've done a lot of work to try to understand, like, follow up with the users after a performance to see, like, how maybe this has affected their behavior, outlook on music in general. I certainly think that'd be an interesting study to perform, and it would certainly require a lot more effort, right, to be able to continue to stay in contact with a lot of these users and follow them up. But I mean, maybe even just like a survey or something like that administered later would be good. So yeah, I think that this is an alternative, of course, way to engaging with music that's different from many, although not all, as I mentioned in the beginning, ways of performance, of witnessing music, right? A lot of concerts will tend to be more you're just there to observe it. But although then even at concerts, oftentimes you can hear audience members singing along or something. So yeah, certainly I think the hope is that this would encourage, as audience members feel more empowered and like to create music, that they would become just more interested in music in general and would seek out other options to participate in and hopefully start creating their own, like, outside the context of crowd and see as well. But yeah, I'm not sure actually what the extent of the plans to study that dimension are.
Okay, so let's move on to the next. Let me bring Denny back on.
Yes. And we have our slides.
Right. Denny? Hello, Denny. Can you hear us? I'll email him. Share Google Chrome. So while you talk, okay. So let's
Sure. He's going to speak near the end. So.
Right. So the second group is led by Professor James Kibbe and Professor Danny Forger. James Kibbe is professor and chair of the organ department, and Danny Forger is a professor in the math department. So you can see right away it's a very interesting combination.
Good, thanks. And with us are the two research assistants for the project. This is Sarah Simcoe, who's a doctoral student in organ, and Caleb Meyer, who's a doctoral student in math. Hi, Danny.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. We've just started. Thanks. Our project, as you see, is...
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear us, Danny? We can hear you, but you can't hear us yet. We'll work on it. Our project is entitled Understanding How the Brain Processes Music Through the Bach Trio Sonatas. These are sonatas for solo organs, 6 sonatas. At University of Michigan, like all major universities, only the pipe organ is used for practice, teaching, performance of organ repertoire. In other words, not electronic imitations. Here at Michigan, we have 17 pipe organs on campus. Assistants for the project. This is Sarah Simcoe, who's a Interesting. Organ, and Caleb Meyer, who's a doctoral student in math. In case you wanted to hear it again, we've got it. We can. We've just started. Thanks. Our project, as you see, is... I can't compete with myself. I'm sorry. We can hear you, but you can't hear us yet.
This is the most bizarre thing.
Yay. Well, now we faded it.
This is beyond me. If you would just keep going,
we shall persevere. Thank you. What I was mentioning about the pipe organs on campus, some of them, the connection between the console, where the organist sits and plays, and the wind chests and pipes is by a digital cable. And that's the kind of pipe organ that we could use for this project. I think Danny Forger is the first person to figure out that we could eavesdrop on that signal passing from the console to the pipes and use it to gather data. We chose the 6 trio sonatas for organ, first of all, because of their musical value. This is Johann Sebastian Bach at the height of his powers as a composer. We chose them for their pedagogical value. I still hear Jing. We shall persevere. What I was mentioning about the pipe organs on campus, some of them, the connection between the console, it seems to me I might be able to just turn down the volume. I may have muted it successfully. We'll find out. I mentioned that we chose them partly for their pedagogical value, their required repertoire for organ students. We chose them for their difficulty. These are among the most challenging of organ pieces to play. And also they have an advantage for data collection in that at any given time, there is only one note sounding on each of 3 keyboards. 2 manual keyboards played by right hand and left hand, and the pedal keyboard played by the feet. Because of their musical value. This is Johann Sebastian Bach. I am hoping to be able to play for you a very short example from one of the movements of one of the trio sonatas, just so that you can hear just a little bit of what this music sounds like, and we'll see if this happens. So our project created data files from multiple performances of each of the 18 separate movements of the trio sonatas by the faculty and 13 organ students here at Michigan, both in practice sessions and in various live performances on different pipe organs in this region. That idea of multiple venues is important. There have been significant variations among performances based on the acoustics, on the different sound of the organ, the different kind of key response to the player. And then a team led by Danny has been analyzing these big data files with the goal of revealing insights into various issues of organ performance. A difficult concept for some of the math students was that what Bach wrote on the musical score isn't everything that's needed for a successful, complete artistic performance. Even the notes played are supposed to vary somewhat based on the choices of the individual performer. There's always this fine distinction of organ touch that we pay attention to as organists, and nuances of timing, shaping of rhythmic figures. And then, in addition to that, there are just errors. The Bach trio sonatas are notorious for that kind of unpredictability. Many of these unwritten elements must be spontaneous and different in some ways for each performance. They're being created and controlled by the performer's brain. That's why we're dealing with the brain here. And we propose these additions to or departures from just the literal musical notation can be quantified and analyzed. So our project began in 2018. This past winter term, 2019, was a theme semester on the trio sonatas in the organ department. I taught a graduate seminar that Sarah helped with. We created the data files of multiple performances on and off campus. In May, my colleague Kola Oalabi and I took the organ students for a 2-week study tour to the Netherlands and Germany. And earlier this fall, we hosted a conference here at Michigan on Bach that featured our project. I'm going to introduce Sarah now, and she's going to speak briefly about the process of data collection.
Hello. As Dr. Kibbe mentioned, my name is Sarah Simcoe, and I am the graduate research assistant for the organ portion of this project. One of the main instruments that we used for this project is the Fries Memorial Organ at Hill Auditorium, and we'll talk about what makes this instrument ideal for data collection. This is a close-up of the console at Hill Auditorium, and if you look in the top right-hand corner, you see a small black box next to the row of colored buttons above the 4th manual or keyboard. The organ, as Dr. Kibbe mentioned, is an acoustic instrument. It produces acoustic sound, but unlike most musical instruments, it tends to absorb a lot of the technology of the time in which it was built. So organs are unique in that it is an acoustic instrument that has an electronic interface between the player and the pipes. So all of the keys here at Hill Auditorium have a magnet underneath that sends an electronic signal through this cable back up into the organ and activates a corresponding magnet that produces the acoustic sound from the pipe. So with absorbing all of this technology, there are a lot of aids to performance that can be included for organists. So you'll see under each manual or keyboard a series of white buttons. You might be able to see they're numbered. These are pistons or pre-saved combinations of sounds that organists can cycle through rapidly to get a different effect in each piece. So if you think about your car, you have your preset buttons on the side that tell you what your seat angle is going to be, how far from the steering wheel it is, and if you have a buddy that you share your car with, they have a different preset combination of all of those factors. This is what a piston does for an organist, but with sound combinations. Another very, very helpful feature and practice aid is the performance recorder, which is that black box that I mentioned before. What this does is record which pistons you have used, what sounds are on, what your right hand was doing on this keyboard, what your left hand was doing on this keyboard, and it stores that as a series of on and off signals through the keyboard. So an organ is a non-dynamic keyboard, unlike the piano. No matter how hard you press that key, you are going to get one sound out of it, one dynamic level. It will never be louder or softer. So this stores the information as a series of ons and offs in time, which is what the performance recorder does. So the performance recorder then plays back for the musician the acoustic sounds of the organ, since they have not stored any sort of audio file. They have stored this series of actions in time. And Professor Forger realized that you could eavesdrop on this. You could record it to a USB, pull it out, and send it to a laptop for Caleb and Professor Forger to analyze in a different way that is not an MP3 that you would play on your iPod. So to make these recordings, we have specially formatted USBs that we insert into the drive and start it up like any other audio interface. Would you like to record? Hit record. When you're ready to stop, hit stop. and it saves the files as songs, which is not at all what they are. You cannot play them back. If you take them to another organ, they're absolutely meaningless. They're only useful here at this console. The USBs are then given to me. I pull the files off, and I store the data and anonymize it so that Dr. Forger and Caleb are not aware which student is performing each piece. So we collect a variety of metrics. The name of the organist is anonymized as a test subject. Obviously, we write down which of the trio sonatas and which movement has been recorded. We include the date and the time in case there are any correlations between performances done in the morning or performances done late in the evening. Which organ was used, and as Dr. Kibbe mentioned, there are a lot of repercussions for the performer that might not show up in the raw data files. If you have a larger acoustic, generally you play a little slower so that the notes are clear, but without this information, Caleb and Danny would not know that that is why the tempo is slightly slower than a recording made by the same performer on a different instrument. And then practice or performance. These pieces have a very, very bad reputation for being extraordinarily difficult to perform and being very highly susceptible to those wonderful things, nerves. And looking at how that impacts a performer, and is the tempo faster when the performer is nervous versus their practice session when they're all alone and no one can hear any mistakes they might happen to make. We went into this project knowing that we were going to submit the data to the open access forum Deep Blue with U of M Library, and we tried to be very conscious of collecting information that, while it did not have a relevant place in our project, may have a relevant place in someone's project down the line. So we asked each test subject to voluntarily submit their age, gender, or degree level as they felt was appropriate. So all of this information will be available and for use for other projects that have yet to be thought up.
Thanks.
All right, and now to Caleb.
Hi everyone, I'm Caleb Mayer. I'm a graduate student research assistant in the math department. I've been working on this project with Dr. Forger as well. So after we have all these wonderful MIDI files, all these great recordings, what do we actually do with them? How do we perform analyses on them? And what are we trying to accomplish with this? So one of the things that I was most interested in regard to this project is thinking about different ways we can quantify differences between performances. So given 2 or more performances of a given piece, how can we determine ways in which they're similar, ways in which they differ, etc. So like one of the first things we have to do in order to enable this is to put our data in a more usable form. So from these MIDI files, we can form, we'll call these note matrices in MATLAB. Here you can see a little snippet of one of these note matrices. This is going to be the first 10 notes of a performance of Trio 1 by a certain performer. So each row in this matrix is going to correspond to a different note, and each column is going to give us some different information about that note. So the first column here will be the note onset time. The second column will be the note duration, both in seconds. Third column will tell us the voice part. And the fourth column will actually tell us the note value, so which note was played. So you can imagine this is just a tiny snippet of one of these note matrices, but in general, these are huge, many, many rows corresponding to entire performances. So we have lots of data that we can analyze here. So by comparing the data that's encoded within these note matrices, this is really going to allow us to compare the performances. We can do this in a variety of ways, right? We can look at, as I mentioned before, practice sessions versus actual performances. We can look at performances versus what we'll call perfect trios, not the best terminology, obviously. But yeah, literal trios. These are just like digitizations of the score put into note matrix form. We can also look at differences across trios as well, see if there's any aggregate differences that crop up there. So one of the main approaches is going to allow us to perform a lot of these analyses is that we're first going to align these sequences of notes via the Smith-Waterman algorithm, closely related to the Needleman-Wunsch algorithm. So these are algorithms that are primarily used in biology, bioinformatics, to align sequences, but we can also apply them to this setting to align sequences of notes and find a sort of optimal alignment between sequences of notes. So we can see an example of this here. This is what the Smith-Waterman algorithm, if we apply it to the fourth column, that note matrix I showed you, gives us the note values. We apply it to two different columns of note values, and this is some of the outputs that we can get from this. So you can imagine that something like this is needed, right? If we just tried to compare the ith note of performance A with the ith note of performance B, then we would run into issues as soon as a performer added a note, as soon as a performer missed a note. We wouldn't be comparing apples with apples, so to say. But using this algorithm, it can identify where maybe mistakes are made, maybe artistry happens, differences, choices are made differently between performances. It can pick this up and tell us where these divergences happen. So you can see an example of this here and also this graph. This is for a different performance. It's going to give us the indices of the two performances of the aligned notes. You can see, you can think of it as a perfect alignment. If the first note's aligned with the first note, there should just be a straight line. And generally, it's very close to a straight line overall. There's just a few skips here and there as performers change maybe one or two note values. So using this algorithm, what are some of the main results that we can get overall? First of all, we can get some aggregate results. This algorithm is going to output a similarity score between performances. So this is going to be basically a measure of how well the performance is aligned with each other. Here we've rescaled it to be between 0 and 1, where a 1 is a perfect alignment. This means that the two performers play exactly the same notes in exactly the same sequence. You can see we have some performances that are very close to this, or actually maybe one performance that actually attains this. And in general, for the same performance, the individuals have a very high consistency between different performances. You can see this here. You can also combine this, see if there's any differences between the 6 different trio sonatas. Again, overall, very high similarity, right, in terms of the mean rescaled similarity score. We do see, interestingly here, that trios 2 and 3 tend to be slightly lower similarity score than other trios. We have a hypothesis for this could be that there's a higher percentage of practice performances in the data that we're analyzing here for trios 2 and 3. So perhaps early on, when a performer is practicing this piece, they make more changes between performances in terms of the notes that they play. This could explain this result. Obviously, though, the actual notes that are played are not the only thing that we can analyze for these trios. We can also look at note durations, spaces between notes, etc. So here we can see mean note durations, just aggregate statistics. For a large portion of the data set, you can see trios 5 and 6 generally tend to have a slightly lower mean note duration, tend to be played slightly faster. Breaking this down even further, you can look at some differences between practice performances and actual concert performances. So this is a slightly different subset of the data set. We're looking at 3 of the trios, which we have the most performances for. And we can see, interestingly, that the practice performances have a slightly lower mean note duration than the concert performances overall. This is a somewhat counterintuitive result in that generally you'd think maybe because of nerves, players would play faster in concerts. That is not what we're seeing here, which is interesting. We're still developing hypotheses that might explain this finding. So moving back to comparing individual performances and quantifying differences between these, we can do this in a variety of ways, again, using the Smith-Waterman algorithm. Here, we look at the durations of the aligned notes in 2 different performances for a given voice part. And we can, again, see a very high consistency in terms of the overall timing that the performer uses, how long they play each note for. As we'd expect, these are, again, highly trained musicians, so very consistent performances. This is for one performance, but we can see this more generally as well. Similarly, here's a plot of the differences, the spaces between notes. We can see, again, for a given performance, this is a different voice part of a given performance, very high consistency. And interestingly, performers actually tend to have a higher similarity between themselves or even between other performers than they do with the perfect trios. We can see here a similar plot with rescale duration for a performer on the horizontal axis compared with a perfect trio. That's like digitization of the score, the vertical axis. We see there's still obviously a significant correlation, but these overall tend to be lower than performer-to-performer comparisons. This is an interesting finding that speaks again to consistency among performers. So using all of this data and the Smith-Waterman algorithm, we really have lots of tools to compare these performances and to really quantify differences between them. There's lots of work we can continue to do in the future. And now I think Dr. Forger will continue.
See if this is actually him now.
Dr. Forger?
Or not. Danny, are you with us?
Danny?
No, I turned it back, and the volume is up. And I hear I think I hear the phone line over it.
So he said if we can't connect with him, then Philip can finish his presentation.
Good job, Ken.
Sure.
Sure.
All right. So using these alignments that we have.
Hello. Great. Hi, Danny.
Hello.
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 Hi, Danny. Can you talk? Present?
Hello. Hello.
No, I turned it back, and the volume is up.
Hello.
Oh, no, that's... And I hear the... Okay. Shall we push mute and finish without this?
You want?
Yeah.
Okay. So sorry about that. Using these alignments, we can actually translate this back to the score as well. So we can look at the aligned notes, the notes that don't align. We can identify the places in the score at which the alignment fails in the Smith-Waterman algorithm. So here we went back to a score, compared this with the note sequence that we have, and we identified different places where alignment fails between two performances. And here we can look at potential explanations for these, can classify these differently. Potentially some of these could be misnotes. I believe those are the ones with M's we were thinking. There's also other features that we could identify in terms of artistry, etc. So again, we can see identifying these, like some of these are likely places that we would have misnotes. Or also there's some places that could just be other differences between performances, as we've discussed earlier. The places in the score at which the alignment. Another interesting thing that we've been looking at with this project has been, on another note, looking at chord progressions. So given certain chords in a piece, identifying like what are the likely chords to follow that, how we classify that. That's an ongoing project. That's an area for future research as well. And then future work, again, Dr. Forger is very interested in studying, taking more music theoretical perspective, looking at rules of counterpoint, how we can relate this to the data that we have, studying different features of harmony that have been used by Bach. And also we want to look more at the effects of performance venue. We've performed some preliminary analyses on this, but we don't really have a clear story to tell as of yet. So performing some more sophisticated analyses on this would be valuable in the future. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Good job, Caleb. Thank you.
So let's see if we have questions while we try to fix the Blue Jeans connection.
Okay, can you hear us all right? Danny, can you hear us?
There's like a 40-second delay. See if we have questions while we try to fix the Jeans.
Oh, it's because he's got his speakers
Okay,
on.
can you hear us all right?
Danny, can you hear us? There is a huge delay.
Hello? Yes.
Okay, so turn down your speakers because we're getting an echo of your speakers projecting us.
Okay, meanwhile, let's...
He's disconnected, it looks like.
Yeah, he reconnected.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is.
So meanwhile, if anybody has questions for Dr. Kibbe and his team, let's just go ahead with those.
Can you hear me? I'm not sure if that's on.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, great. I was really interested in the point you made just at the very end about how you might use some of this material to study harmonic organization, counterpoint, and so on. What are you proposing to do for the harmonic organization? Are you going to look at bigrams and trigrams, transition probabilities? Is that the sort of model you have in mind? Do you have other ways of studying? I'm just very curious what the design of that might look like.
Yeah, I think Dr. Forger. Once it turns green, you're good.
Yeah, as of now, I can't really answer that. I think Dr. Forger, if we can get him connected, he would be the most qualified to speak to that. Yeah.
Quick question. As I understand it, the data that you're reporting is essentially a single aggregate number, right? A similarity score over
Yeah, that's one of the features. Yeah.
the entire movement, or one of the, right?
Yeah.
You've gone in and looked at certain critical areas, say ends of phrases where you might have a more a performer choice on how much vibrato to put in, or how much of a breath before the next measure. Have you looked at any of those, sort of the microstructure of the performance?
Yeah, so the similarity scores, we break it down by voice part within the movement. First of all, that's one of the features. Yeah. And we look at that. We've also tried to identify the places, within the trios where differences might occur and translate that back into the score. That's still some preliminary work. Once we have the algorithm working, translating it back to something that we can actually see on the score. But it's something that we're definitely interested in looking at in the future. Yeah, so the similarity scores, we break it down by Yeah, we are able to identify certain areas that tend to lead to more differences in the trios generally. That's something, that we want to quantify, look more at in the future.
For the future, are you only focused on organ work specifically, or Bach as a whole, including chorales, like solo, like cantatas? I'm thinking of arias and recitatives, that sort of thing, or just the instrumental works, specifically the organ, because of your ability to measure data?
So the advantage for the organ clearly is that we can record just 3 pieces of data, exactly when a note begins, how long it lasts, and when it's released. And other instruments would need a much more nuanced data collection. But the really exciting thing is that we're working on a concept to make that more nuanced data collection available for organ, too. There's a different kind of organ action called mechanical action that has a much, much wider range than just on-off. And we are working on a project that will create, here at Michigan, probably the first instrument in the world that will be able to do this. There's a German firm that's manufacturing a transistor that's used for other things, but we can use it for this. We can mount it under the key so that it doesn't even touch the action. It doesn't impact the way the instrument is played at all, but it measures in precise time as the key gets nearer and nearer the transistor, 256 levels of attack and release. And it seems to me that nuanced sort of data would be the sort of thing that's applied to other instruments as well. We thought at first, well, maybe we could just take audio recordings of instruments. Technology is not there yet and will not be there for some time. The error rate of sampling for taking an audio recording is just way too high for the sort of thing that we're doing here.
And to follow up, I think the thing to remember is that because we're not able to use audio files, that the critical piece is the electronic interface between the acoustic sound projecting system of the instrument and the performer, and that doesn't exist for other instruments the way that it does for organ.
But it could.
But it could. Not yet.
Okay, so let's take an 8-minute break and come back at 2:50, but let's give a round of applause to
If nothing else, we'll blame Dan. Yes, it's good to see you. You're going to moderate the... No. Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what do you think this could be?
He keeps, I just want to try and troubleshoot it, and he's like, it was working before, I can't do anything if there's a delay. Where is he at?
I don't know.
Danny, could you please turn on your mic and camera? We're on a break now, and I would like to actively try to troubleshoot this with you.
Oh, you are?
No.
Understand. We did not change anything. It's out of my control. If you enable your...
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Hello?
Are you still on a delay?
Hello?
Okay, real quick.
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, I can hear you and you can hear me, and there seems to have been an eliminated of the lag, because I disconnected and you disconnected.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine now, and it seems like we're having a live, close to live conversation too.
Yes, then that's fine.
Okay, then I will share your presentation so you can see it. Which?
Yeah, I think that the talk basically is done, so
Oh,
that's
so
fine.
oh, so you're just doing they're going to do the Q&A part.
Yeah, this is for later on for the panel.
Okay, all right. This mic is not working right, so you're just going to have to talk into the laptop. The way it works is cloud servers, basically sometimes stuff happens. All right. It looks like they're going to give 2 more presentations, and then they'll be doing the panel.
Okay.
All right. But you should be connected now, and I think we've got rid of that echo, too.
Okay.
So you're presenting, right? Okay, so do you want to present from PowerPoint or from Google Drive? Sure. So if you want to just So I have the PowerPoint right here on the desktop, or if you want to do Google Slide, it's right here. So number 3 is yours. Which one?
Let's try the slide, Google Slides. Let's just see if that works.
Yeah. So yeah. So do you want to just put the maybe just put the first one on the screen, and then I'll get people to sit down. Exactly. That's just so silly. Right. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. So
there we go.
I'll get people back in and get started.
Okay. Sounds good.
How do you say Rada's last name? Rada Mihalche? Mihalche. Yeah. Oh wow, becoming such a large team.
Yeah, that's one thing I'll comment on. We ended up getting a lot of undergrads involved in the project.
Right. Oh wow, that's amazing. So let me get people to sit down. All right. Okay, so let's start again. Everyone, please find your seat again. So the next speaker is Jonathan Kummerfeld, postdoctoral fellow, and he will be speaking on behalf of his team, led by Rada Mihalche.
Thank you. So this is the team working on the interaction between music and text, which we call the sound of text. And I want to note the first name up there, Ali, was the graduate student who led this work, and she really did the core of it and also led this massive team. The only reason she's not giving this presentation is she's going to be on the panel in a few minutes. So we figured we would have both of us involved in this process. So this project, we start out with a whole bunch of goals, some really long-term and sort of more aspirational, and some more concrete and get them done quickly. So the first is just to generally explore the relationship between text and music. There's been a lot of interest recently within artificial intelligence in general and a whole range of fields at multimodal problems. So a lot of work in robotics and language, or robotics and vision, or vision and language. Music is not something that's really gotten that exploration yet. And yet so much of music has lyrics. So there's this fundamental component of language there, but people just haven't looked at it all that much. So as part of that, one of the things we thought was essential was to collect and organize a large data set of music and lyrics. And this is, of course, for any data science project, step one is collect your data. So that, to us, really seemed like a key first step. Then there was this goal of translating text to music. So the big, bold question we had was, could you, given a piece of text, automatically generate, using data science methods, music that is suitable for that text? And so that's the sort of longer-term goal of sort of this big project. And then the last point here is something that's, rather than specific research goals, it's more of a community goal, which is this collaboration between AI and music researchers with a range of participants. And here we're thinking, rather than just graduate students and professors, really bringing in undergraduates and other people who are interested in these questions. So this talk is going to have 3 sections. The first, I'm going to talk all about data, how we collected it, what we found in it, what we did with it. The second is about tasks. So there we're exploring what we can do with that data. And the third is some discussion, sort of reflection on what we found over the course of this project. And I should note, please feel free to interrupt me at any point. If I don't see your hand, please just wave it about a bit, and I'll get your question. So first, data. The first question we had to look at was, where do we get data in terms of sources for this project? And there was an interesting challenge here in that a lot of data science projects, there's a clear source. For this particular project, there are some resources out there, and so there are a few. IMSLP is probably the most widely known, but many of those are focused on music for the use by musicians, not for people to do data analysis. And so we hit this problem where many of these cases, they didn't have lyrics with the music. It was just other types, like the previous talk where there are no lyrics at all. It's just music. And in other cases, there was a big challenge in terms of formats. So we ended up exploring these 4 sources, Ultimate Guitar being a source of chords associated with lyrics. IMSLP covering a whole range of different types of music types. Then these bottom two cases, MuseScore and MusicBrainz, not actually containing music, but rather being more about metadata that we could associate with the music we're collecting from the first two sources in order to build a richer data set combining multiple aspects of music. So these are sort of our starting points, and they provide different levels of convenience in terms of accessing that data. So the first step was just, how do we collect this whole thing? And as an example, here is a screenshot of the Ultimate Guitar website for Fly Me to the Moon, and there's no convenient API, convenient programming interface. It's just, here is a web page designed for guitarists. To the extent that actually the page auto scrolls, which is convenient if you're playing and you need it to scroll and you don't have two hands, that's not quite the feature we needed. So this question of just how do we get the data as a starting point. And so there was a large effort in that initial stage to write the code necessary to extract this information. Now, for IMSLP, we had a slightly different problem, which is that a lot of its resources, as I mentioned, were written for musicians. And for musicians, getting a PDF is totally fine. I just look at it and I play the music. That's all I need, right? But if you're familiar with PDFs, they're not designed, they're all designed around visualization of information, not about a structured representation that could be then used by other methods. Fortunately, there's been a lot of work recently on this representation format called Music XML, which is similar to things like HTML or other sort of markup languages, where it's a way of representing data in a structured format that is both human interpretable and machine readable. But getting from one to the other is a non-trivial problem. So this was another sort of data processing question we were exploring over the course of this project. And actually, this turned out to be so difficult that for most of this talk, I'm going to focus on the guitar, Ultimate Guitar data. But we see this as a direction for future work because, of course, there's more music out there than more people play with guitars. I believe, but the Ultimate Guitar music, okay, we had a raw data stream. It was easily, sort of representable in the website. But even then, we have this alignment problem. So if you look at this example I have here, visually it makes sense to me. But it turns out, if you look at the code, they're just using spaces to space things out so it looks nice. And actually, this website, it's an example of crowdsourcing, really. People from all around the world, any one of us here could go online and contribute your own notation of classic songs, or your own songs, any song you like. But what it means is that people are just trying to type it in a way that looks good. There's no actual indication that that first chord should be aligned with the word fly, or that the second chord should align with the word moon. It's just visually works that way because they put the right number of spaces in. So there's this alignment problem that you have to solve. There's also this issue that, so this is, I've shown you this version. As I mentioned, though, it's crowdsourced process. So any one of us can go up, and sometimes we're going to disagree. What's the right key this piece should be in, or which set of chords should it have? So turns out they have many versions of Fly Me to the Moon. So here's another one where some of these changes, it's just that they've shifted the key slightly. But in other cases, they've actually added ornamentation. Well, I don't know if that's the right word, but they've added sevenths or additional chords. And partly this is going to reflect different opinions of the music and like what sounds good. Partly it's going to reflect different levels of ability. So some of the versions are for beginner players who maybe can't keep up with a complex set of chord changes. And then they have other versions that's like the real original song with complicated changes that really go by fast. So there was this challenge we had both in doing this alignment problem for the data and also deciding, well, which version of the song should we be using? Because from a machine learning perspective, you have this problem when you have the same text with different sets of chords. And so that's confusing to a system if you tried to do any sort of automatic machine learning processing on that. So there's a real representation problem here. So to give you a sense of the scale of data we were able to collect this way, we had about 90,000 songs. So these are deduplicated after selecting out versions in the case I showed earlier, and also with identifiable keys. So in that example I showed you, I said one of the differences was they had changed the key. We want to be able to identify keys so that we can smooth over those kinds of variations, put everything in a consistent key that we can then process automatically. But that's not always possible. We've got almost 4 million lines of text, 6 million chords, and 21 million tokens of language. So this is one reason we decided to run with this ultimate guitar data, because it really seemed like the resource was big enough to apply data science methods and learn something interesting. So what about the metadata I mentioned? So we had these different sources that could provide other information. We got a whole range of sources. So from the data itself, we got the key. And I have sometimes there because, and maybe this is getting a little bit technical, but for guitarists, there's this notion of a capo, which you can clip to the guitar to adjust, sort of set the strings to all be held close to the guitar at one point, so it sort of shortens them or lengthens them. And by doing that, you can sort of play in a different key without moving your hands. And so sometimes they would introduce that and have a change of key. And so you have these complications that to consider them all carefully is kind of tricky. And again, the representation in our data was written for people who want to play guitar, not for people who want to do data science. So we had to deal with those challenges. In terms of the other information we were able to get, we got a lot of information about the artists. Properties like aliases and names, their gender, the genres they compose in, their lifespan, and location either of birth or where they live currently. So this kind of information is obviously not directly getting at this question of text to music, but it allows us to explore some other interesting questions about how we see variation in a composition across these different properties. And I should note, there's also one important point. I say artists here because, again, in some cases, we're just given one name, and many of these pieces, there's the person who wrote the original, there's the person who modified it in some way, maybe multiple people who did that, and then there's the performer. So which one of those we get, again, it's a crowdsourced process, highly variable. But we made do with what we had. So we have all this metadata. Now what do we see in the data itself? Well, here's a quick visualization of the chord distribution. So this is simply a matter of taking every song, counting every chord we saw in those guitar tabs, and saying how frequently it occurs. Now you can see there that G is by far the most common, and you have a whole lot of major chords at the start, which again makes sense from this perspective that one, this is sort of widely used in Western music, and two, as a way for beginners to be learning music, we're going to have more of these simpler chords to play. And you'll note here, though, there's this really long tail. Like things really get less frequent pretty fast, but then there's sort of a long section where we've got all sorts of chords and slight variations that are still fairly frequent. I mean, to give you a sense, the sort of thing way off on the left over here, this D minor 7 chord, is occurring something like 50,000 times in our data set. So it's not rare even over there. And actually the total number of chords we had was over 5,000, which seems huge, particularly as a very novice musician such as myself, and I think, how many chords are there? So to give you a sense of what is in that tail, here is just a tiny sample of some of the chords we see. And again, this points to, again, a data challenge in terms of cleaning. So you see that example in the top left in the second column of A major, where they specified it in brackets. Okay, so we need to map that back to just regular A. In many other cases, though, we're getting more complicated structures on the chords, adding seventh, a fifth, saying that it's diminished or sustained. So there are all these variations on these chords. And so this is how we get to 5,000 of them. And again, these all occur exactly once in our data set. So you really get quite a long tail of different chords that you have to deal with. Okay, what about language? One of the great things about being crowdsourced is that it's actually quite diverse in terms of the languages we see. So this graph is going to show a count of the number of songs we have in each of these languages. And as you can see, the last one there is 31 others, so we actually have quite a diverse set of languages. And this is what we see. So English is dominant, though there are quite a few Spanish songs and quite a few of all these other languages, including some that maybe you wouldn't think of immediately. And so this diversity is really interesting for us. It's a big challenge in language processing. Usually our data sets are quite biased towards English or a small number of Romance languages. So having greater diversity is a great feature of this sort of resource that we've been constructing. So, okay, that's our data. So, and that's just a flavor of some of the analysis we did to understand what's going on inside. Now, what were the tasks we looked at? And as I mentioned at the start, part of this was just to explore the relationship between music and text, and part was to explore generation of music from text. So I'll start with the first of those and just say, how can we represent chords sort of a data science way? This is where we come up with this idea of chord embeddings. So embeddings are vector representations of text, and they've gained a lot of use recently in NLP and other fields as a great way to represent text in a space where you can see relationships between different words. So what happens when we apply the same methodology to chords? And to make this concrete, to explain it, so there we go. If I have 4 words and I have one-dimensional embeddings, then I might say book and books are close together, and songs are close together, because those words are somehow similar. If I have a 2-dimensional embedding space, then I can start to have some structure. You know, again, book and books are closer together than song and songs, but if you go a certain direction, you get plurals, and if you go the other direction, you get this variation in sort of semantics. And then, of course, you can go to 3 dimensions, or n dimensions, and just generalize this idea. So when I say an embedding, this is what I mean. It's sort of a positioning of a word, or in our case a chord, in this very high dimensional space. In our case, it's going to be several hundred dimensions. And at the point where it's several hundred dimensions, it's hard for me to tell you what each dimension means. It's hard to even visualize it. You know, I can't draw pictures in 300 dimensions. I wish I could. But what we can do is take that 300-dimensional space and project it down to 2 dimensions and say what dimensions show the greatest variation. So if I do that, we get a plot something like this. So this is based on the chords in our data set, and hopefully there'll be some sense of similarity between them. Now, to learn this representation, it's not me going in and writing down 300 dimensions for each chord. It's an automatic system that says which chords get used in similar contexts. And based on that, we say, well, if they're used in similar contexts, then maybe they should appear close together in this embedding space. And so this is the same idea taken from language, and this idea that you should know a word by the company it keeps, but applied to chords. So, okay, we can look at this, and it's kind of curious, and musicians may be able to pick out some trends in terms of your relative major or minor chords and things appearing in similar places, but it's a little bit hard to really get a lot out of this. So one way to use it is to say, does this learn something useful for predicting some of the other properties of our data? So this gets us to the other tasks we considered. And these are purely explorations to say, what is our data capturing? So one we looked at was this question of gender. Is there a variation that is interpretable from just the lyrics or the chords of a song that tells us something about an artist's gender? And so to set this up, we took our data and downsampled it so that we had a perfectly even split of male and female in this case. We're not considering, we only had limited data beyond that. And then we say, given just the lyrics of a song, can we predict the gender of the artist? And so here's what we find, just doing some statistical analysis of the chord durations to give you a sense of why this might be possible. We see some actually pretty substantial variations between the usage of certain chords in music, depending on the artist's gender, which, I mean, I found surprising, actually. It was one of these results that we came up with, and I thought, well, this is going to be totally impossible. Why would it be the case that men and women use chords differently? But we're starting to see these differences here. And in fact, if you run the actual regression models and learn a model for this, we see that given just the lyrics, you can predict the gender of the artist with 60% accuracy, which is 10% above random chance. And with just the chords, you can get to 57%. Now, the lyrics result is actually not so surprising. There's a lot of research showing that from language you can do this prediction task actually pretty effectively. I mean, much better than chance. But it was interesting to see that you had the same thing with chords, that there's this variation in the usage of chords by artists depending on gender. Putting the two together, you don't get much of a boost beyond either of these results. So it looks like both, the signals are somehow overlapping with each other. So that was one study. The next we said, okay, so there's some signal in this data, and there's correlations between the different sources. Now let's start working towards this question of music generation. And as a first step towards that, we thought, well, rather than actually generating music, can we just predict when a chord change should occur? So this is sort of a simplification of the task just to test this one question. So if you think about, again, this first line of this song, instead of predicting the specific chords I'm showing there, we're just predicting yes and no. And we're predicting yes and no on the words that correspond to the point at which a chord change occurs. Again, obviously, just knowing a chord change occurs doesn't give you music, but it's a prerequisite step. Now, what we find is the majority class is no. Most of the time, given a word, you're not changing chord. And using a sort of complicated neural network approach, we got about 73.1% accuracy, which is a surprisingly small gain over the majority class. So it's able to do a little better, but not a whole lot. And so this was kind of a surprise, and one of those things where we sort of went, whoa, okay, this is going to be much harder than we had expected in the beginning. But it's interesting to see that it is able to learn some sort of pattern, purely given the text of when to expect chord changes. So next we said, okay, let's forge on, despite the challenge there, and look at chord generation. So here we're given the lyrics, and we have to generate all of the chords. And we considered a range of different approaches. Interestingly, using sort of the latest and greatest neural network methods, we got extremely poor results. The model learned to always predict that most common G chord. It just always predicted it forever in the song. So understanding why that is sort of an open question that we're still looking into, why they sort of overfit to that strong single signal. But instead, we sort of stepped back and looked at other methods from statistical machine translation. So this is the problem of, given text in English, translate it to French, for example, and you're given a whole lot of English and French text to learn from to build a model of that relationship. So we applied an approach called the Moses Statistical Machine Learning Translation System. So these results show several different variations on ways to structure and train the model. And these are a couple of different metrics, which I'll walk through. Perplexity is a measure of sort of surprise at the sequence of chords you see, or words in the original use case. So what we see here is that our models are getting perplexity somewhere in the range of the actual chords. So that's a good sign. In terms of average edit distance, that's saying, literally, given the chords, how many edits do I have to make to get it to be the true set of chords? There we're seeing it's pretty high, so, but there's serious variation in the models. And then the blue score is this metric that looks at the true set of chords and our predicted set and measures overlap in terms of, well, did you get one chord right? Did you get pairs of chords right? Triplets of chords? So capturing sequences in the chord structure. And again, we see scores which, clearly there's a variation across the models, but they are learning something. This then posed the natural question of, well, what are they learning? So we wanted to zoom in a little bit and look at the distribution of chords they were predicting. And here, so we're breaking it down, and we had shifted all the chords to be in a single key, so this is why I can refer to them just based on 1, 4, 5, and so on. And what we find is the different models are behaving somewhat differently in terms of the distribution of chords they're predicting. But most importantly, they are doing more than just predicting the dominant chord, which is what that neural model is doing. So it's interesting to see that some of these classical methods, well, classical, I mean, it's relatively recent in terms, but AI methods are doing better than the neural ones. So there's an open question as to why that is and why they're able to learn these patterns more effectively. That said, we're still seeing quite a significant difference between the predictions made using our generation process and the true set of chords. So there's clearly an open question here of how do you improve these methods to generate actual music that matches with our expectations. I should note one thing, though, which is that this in some ways is an extremely hard task, given that there could be many ways to add chords to a piece of music that would be considered reasonable or sound good in some sense or other. So one open question for us is to take these experiments and actually play the music for people and say, well, does this seem reasonable? Not being given the true answer. In a similar problem you hit with machine translation, where there are many possible translations of a sentence, and so it's hard to give suitable credit for the different possibilities. Okay, so the last section I wanted to get to here is a discussion, sort of reflection of the different things we learned in this process and where we're going to go next. So on reflection, first, there were some challenges. One, so all the problems turned out to be much harder than we anticipated. You're starting from the very beginning with collecting data. So I think this is a classic story with any research project. But it was interesting to see that really modeling this relationship was much more complicated than we had anticipated. Second, so as I mentioned, this data cleaning process was particularly difficult, and we really saw that it had a huge impact on the performance of our processes. So trying to homogenize the chords we got to a more consistent set really improved what our models could learn. So that was very helpful. What about some successes? Well, so there's interesting results on several tasks. As I mentioned, the gender prediction one was one that came as a big surprise to me in particular. So that was interesting to see, and we're going to continue to explore some of these. Also, it was fantastic to engage with a large and diverse team. So when we gave our initial presentation a year ago, it was myself, Ali, Radha, and Anil. And after the initial launch of the MIDAS music program, we had several people contact Radha saying, hey, this sounds cool, I want to be involved. So we were able to engage this large team of undergrads, who, as I mentioned, Ali was working with to get them all involved. And for, I believe, all of them, it was their first experience of research. So it was a fantastic way to get them to have an experience of data science in this very interesting space. Okay, so next steps. As I mentioned, we're exploring further core generation methods. So one of the core focuses is, can we get those results to improve? Can we do some analysis to understand where it's matching with our expectations and where it's deviating? And then also we're working on taking these ideas, preparing them for submission to one of the major conferences in computational linguistics. So I think there's still some time for questions. So thank you very much. And again, this is the entire team. And Ali will be up here for the panel later. So thank you. Yeah, so we experiment with a whole range of things. So to give a little more detail for people with experience here, we were looking at an LSTM-based model, and we varied dropout rates to add some regularization. We varied learning rates, some of the nonlinearities in the output space, and also ways we trained the initial embeddings, and then things like hidden vector sizes and things like that. So we really tried to just throw everything at it and didn't really see much come out of it. So there's an open question for us of what was going on there. I think regularization certainly could be something, maybe we just didn't have that tuned quite right, and so it was sort of overly forced to try to be a very general model without overfitting, and we went underfitting the other direction instead. But yeah, so we did explore those. Maybe we just need a completely different model structure is the other possibility.
like especially a lot of modern music is written by a team of several co-writers?
Yeah, so this was a problem we discussed in the group, and we faced this. This is a real data issue. The way we got the artist names was from the data set we had. People would list the artist, and then we could use the MusicBrainz API to get, and again, that's another crowdsourced resource. We really depend on the crowd a lot here, to get what people had said for that particular artist. So there was no indication in our data of who else had participated in the music. So it's absolutely true that there could be cases where maybe there is a stronger pattern for composers if we could get the actual ground truth composer. And certainly it's the case that many pop artists today, for example, work with composers who will work with with a whole range of different artists. So there's definitely an ambiguity there, which again makes it even more surprising in a way that we were able to learn above chance, right? Because that signal was still coming through despite that. Now, one explanation could be that rather than picking up on the gender of the composer, we're somehow picking up on the type of music that male and female artists perform. So maybe that's where the bias is, rather than the writing, it's sort of what they choose to perform. But certainly it would be fascinating to get explorations of more information of the team composition. Yeah, that would be really cool.
Seems like that your song would be represented as a set of vectors, like chord embeddings, right, or even word embeddings. So how did you take those and turn those into just a set of features for the graph?
Right. Yeah. So the input is actually the raw. So the way we think of it is those chord embeddings or word embeddings are part of the model, and the input is just the raw chords and words, and then we process them in whatever way. In this particular case, we were taking the embeddings, and we tried a few different methods. Ali would know the answer if she's somewhere in here, but I believe essentially we treated them similar to a bag of words. There's this concept of a bag of embeddings model where you can take averages over the set of embeddings for some sort of input. This has been used most famously by Facebook in their fast text library, but based on that averaging over the song, you're able to then get a prediction. So it's an average over those embeddings with a simple neural network sort of feed-forward structure.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you.
So the next presentation is also a team presentation. So we have Sam Mukherjee, Nathan Martin, Renee Rouche, Annie Hennigan, all on faculty at the music theory department. And I think you're students too? Sure. I'm sorry, I don't know their names, sorry.
Well, thanks everyone for being here for this final presentation of the 4 Data Science Challenge for Music grants. So our project, as you can see, is a big team of people, so I won't take too much time myself, but it's been a synthesis of ideas this past year from music theory and computational science. Okay? And it has involved a rather novel collaboration between several people from the Department of Music Theory, so Anya Hinahan, Nathan Martin, Renee Rouche, and myself, as you can see on the screen, with Long Nguyen from the Department of Statistics and Stephen Abney from Linguistics, and several student collaborators as well. I'm actually participating in the panel session following this, and will therefore talk about my part in the project more there. But I'd like to share quickly some common themes that have undergirded our work this past year before I pass this over to my colleagues, who will tell you more about the details of this project, and how we brought ideas from music theory and computational science together in it. So basically, for several decades now, music theorists have been exploring how music works, how it is created, how musical pieces are structured, and how they might therefore be analyzed and performed and so on. Many of these ideas have only had little influence in the broader scientific study of music, including in the computational sciences. Therefore, a central goal of our project has been to explore computational models of a variety of musical structures in a variety of musical corpora as well, but influenced by our own research in various domains of music theory. And in turn, we've been using these models to verify or falsify these music theoretic proposals too, and which does not happen typically in music theory. In the process, we've created a variety of digital databases of music for further modeling and analysis by other scholars, especially to explore important aspects of music discussed by theorists, but often ignored by data science, such as the deeper hierarchical aspects of music, which cannot be understood in purely statistical, surface-level, brute force ways. A good part of this approach is shared with work in theoretical linguistics as well. So my own interest in this project has been to use ideas from both music and linguistic theory to revisit that old cliche about music being the universal language of humankind. I've done this by exploring the structure of Indian music in a corpus created by the early 20th century Indian music theorist Vishnu Narayan Bhatkande in his 6-volume treatise, The Kramik Pustak Malika, in order to verify some of Bhatkande's own music theoretic proposals, but also to compare all of this with Western musical structure, to see if there might be a cross-cultural language-like grammar for music. As linguists such as Noam Chomsky have argued is the case for actual human spoken language. Part of this has been in collaboration with my colleague in linguistics, Stephen Abney, so we'll hear more about that from him now. Stephen.
So what Sam and I have been doing together is to use some ideas from natural language parsing to apply them to music to try to recover musical structure. And that is of particular interest for data science for music. Just, I mean, as we've seen in a lot of the talks so far, when one's limited to looking at bigrams and very surface level features of music, there are a lot of questions that one can't ask very well. And so the motivation here is to try to recover something more of the structure that a music theorist would have in mind in order to do this, to do this automatically so that we can do it at scale and ask interesting data science questions over that level of analysis. So very briefly, the idea is, like I said, to adapt natural language parsing. The role of words, the atoms of the structure are played by verticalities in the sense of just a set of notes that are being simultaneously played. So every time there's an attack or a release, there's a new verticality. Some of these verticalities are actual chords, and some of them are chords mixed with passing notes. And so there's a level of analysis to classify the verticalities and to reduce them to more abstract chords, and then to identify the hierarchical structure, which chords go together, which is the main chord versus the satellite. And the algorithm is adapted from parsing a set of operations that one can use to combine chords and a beam search over that space. So here's a very brief example of the kind of output that the parser produces. The individual verticalities, when possible, identified as chords. Some of them are labeled as NC, meaning non-chord. That is, this is the recognition that there's a neighboring tone or passing note. The modes of combinations are that we have a descending fifth, or that there's a resolution of a suspension. There are several other kinds of combinations as well, but at least gives you an idea. Okay, so that was very briefly what this work is about, and Martin is speaking.
Oh, actually, it's.
That's okay. Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for attending. Our research for this project is driven by a desire to understand from an empirical perspective the extent to which early 19th century music straddles the divide between classical diatonic tonality and 19th century tonality. Two characteristic features of 19th century tonality are an increase in chromatic third-related harmonies on the musical surface and on deeper levels of the tonal structure, and an increase in enharmonic tonal equivalence. As this slide shows, there are several ways to conceive of third-related harmonies. Where these rationales primarily part ways are the background spaces within which these motions take place, the two most salient options being a diatonic space and an equal-tempered enharmonic tonettes. Part songs offered us a logical starting point for exploring early 19th century tonality for two main reasons. First, unlike some instrumental genres, part songs present a clear sense of what constitutes a voice. And second, composers who wrote part songs also wrote music for instrumental genres. An empirical study of voice-leading motions and enharmonicism in their part songs offers us a starting point for examining this phenomena in more complex musical textures. Given that all of the part songs from our initial corpus were in an unusable format for computer analysis, we were tasked with the extra step of converting PDF files into XML. For this reason, we primarily focused on the part songs of Franz Schubert, and we would like to thank Zoe Cutler for completing this important step. In addition to converting Schubert part songs, we developed a computational and analytical method for determining voice-leading motions. We conceived the relationships between pitches as vertical and horizontal intervals that preserve interval quality. The intervals describe the intervallic distance from the bass, and the horizontal intervals, the bass motion. Together, both sets of information form a voice-leading strand, or VLS. Each voice-leading strand preserves interval quality and registral distance from the bass, allowing us to examine the ways in which the voices move in relation to one another. Marco will now discuss our results and models that he used for representing our data.
Thank you, Professor Ruch. So the first step in our research was writing algorithms and data structures that will allow us to efficiently compute different voice leading strands, and that is easy to use for future use. And subsequently incorporating these new data structures into a program that will allow us to perform multiple analyses based on a myriad of command line options. Today I'll be sharing with you results pertaining to three-part part songs in our corpus when we filter by different bass motions. Over 40 part songs were included in this test. This bar graph shows the frequency of voice leading strands by bass motion. The bass motions selected for this graph are drawn from motions presented on an earlier slide. Several things of note. Bass motions by ascending perfect fourth occur much more frequently than bass motions by descending perfect fifth, even though the intervals are inversions of one another. This, however, is consistent with observations by Professor Ruch, where the descending perfect fifth is reserved for important structural points in the composition, such as final cadences. Also note the prevalence of voice leading strands where the bass motion is a third. Let's take a closer look at the voice leading strands from the previous slide. In this figure, we plot the voice motions by bass motion, where the x-axis represents the interval in semitones performed by the second lowest voice, and the y-axis represents the interval in semitones performed by the third lowest voice. The plots in this figure are hard to fully understand, however, due to significant overlap in the data points. So to better understand the distribution of points in the plots in the previous slide, we can use kernel density estimation to compute a probability density function from our data. In this figure, we see an interesting bimodal distribution for voice leading strands, where the bass motion is an ascending minor third that cannot be readily understood from the plot on the previous slide. Since one of the goals of this research is to cluster voice leading strands, figures such as this one can inform which algorithms we can use to cluster the data. dbScan and optics come to mind for clustering by density. Let's take a look at future work related to this project. As mentioned previously, we are now working on clustering the different voice motions by bass motion, and we would also like to identify chromatic diatonic instances of bass motions by third to detect tonal drift in the part songs.
Given the different types of dissonance treatment among voice leading motions, we'd also like to examine voice leading strands that begin and end with certain groups of consonant intervals. And finally, we would like to apply these methods to the remaining part songs in our larger corpus as a means to compare approaches to voice leading among 19th century composers. Thank you.
I had a chance to discuss this at greater length yesterday. I see a few familiar faces, so this will be a very quick synopsis of what you may already have heard. My part of this had to do with a project I've been pursuing with some colleagues and students concerning relationships between particular types of cadential articulations, half cadences, and the positions of those cadences in musical forms. So roughly the question we were asking was something like this. If you hear just this stretch of music, would you, and you happen to know Mozart's music very well, Mozart's style very well, can you do better than chance consistently on guessing where you are in the piece? And the answer in brief is yes, at least if you're picking up on some regularities in the, oops, well, I'm going to skip over playing that. So we assembled by hand a set of just shy of 1,000 half cadences. This was sampled from at random from the Neue Mozart-Ausgabe. We looked at about 130 works to get this. The information on the left-hand side, these are simply categories of half cadences that we used, and then we asked simply, is this at the? We could capture what we wanted by asking, is it this at the end of something? Is it interthematic, or is it happening within a formal segment? Did a table probability, that looked very good, so that was encouraging. We should say a little bit more about what in fact we thought. We thought that some of our types, the expanding endopia, would happen at section boundaries. One of them, the simple half cadence internal to sections, and then our last type we thought wouldn't go particularly either way. We did the subgroup analysis. Everything looked very promising. And so for future work, there's a little bit of work to do in cleaning up this data, which I'd be happy to talk about, I said more about yesterday. But one thing I wanted to signal here is that we were doing this by hand because we had PDF files and we had no way, when we started doing this, of searching for the cadence patterns we're interested in. In the last year or so, the Neue Mozart-Ausgabe has gradually started releasing its XML files, so we're gradually going to just have that data set in machine-readable form given to us. And simultaneously, my colleagues Markus Neuwirth and Martin Rohrmeier in Lausanne, and I gather also some other groups that are represented here, have started to get much better at various kinds of automated routines for searching for the kinds of contrapuntal patterns we're interested in. So one project going forward that I'm really looking forward to pursue with Marcus as soon as we can get organized is comparing, how our human graders did with how their algorithm is performing. And so we've got, having done all of this work, we've got ground truth for that project.
Afternoon. I'll be talking about topic modeling and Bach chorales. This work was primarily done by a Michigan undergraduate at the time, Yingxi Jen. She did this work for her senior honors thesis under the supervision of my advisor and me. So what we did for our part of the project is that we wanted to discover the hidden themes in Bach chorales and to understand the musical context associated with these particular themes. As Professor Mukherjee mentioned in his introduction about this project, we wanted to use music theory to guide our statistical exploration of these chorales in order to better understand them and hopefully to deepen our understanding of music theory itself. So to this end, in addition to using music theory to interpret these themes, we also used music theory to determine what our unit of analysis was. Broadly speaking, for these chorales, we looked at either the chords or what Professor Rusch mentioned, the voice leading strands in these chorales. To be more specific, there were three types of chords that we looked at. The first that we wanted to look at was the chords in closed form with their duration. However, because of the sequential aspect of music, it might also make sense to look at the chord and the chord that follows it, or so-called paired chords. Music theory, though, tells us that chords on the beat are more important than chords off the beat. So rather than just look at any two chords, let us look at the chord on the beat and the chord on the next beat. That was our third notion. Meanwhile, for voice-leading strands, we also looked at three different notions of voice-leading strands. The first, to start with, is we just looked at the voice-leading strands associated with two consecutive chords. However, because of the 5 species of counterpoint, it might take 3 chords for a composer to, or it might take 3 chords for Bach to resolve a passing note. Hence, we wanted to look at the voice-leading strands associated with 3 chords. However, we're interested in seeing how a composer resolves dissonances. It might make sense just to look at the voice-leading strands from one consonant chord to the next consonant chord. That is basically this third definition that we have here. So these were the different unit of analysis that we looked at. It is important to think about it because it affected how we conducted our analysis. So this is going to be a little bit more technical, but for the chords, what we could do is we could use latent Dirichlet allocation to discover these hidden themes. And if we were interested, we could also use geometric Dirichlet means to assign pieces to these themes depending on the prevalence of themes in a given piece. Meanwhile, for voice-leading strands, it took a lot more work to actually to analyze them. They're much richer than chords because they contain both the horizontal and vertical information. As Professor Ruch mentioned, they contain information about how the bass note changes, i.e. the horizontal information, and they also contain the distances from the bass note, or the vertical information. As a result, there are a lot more unique voice-leading strands, and so we needed to find some way to say which strands are similar to each other. To that end, what we developed was what we call this revised Levenstein distance. Essentially, at a high level, what it does is it calculates the cost of, it takes the sum of substituting one interval for another interval. Oh, I see my mouse actually doesn't work. I thought it would be more handy that way. Anyways, it takes the sum of the minimum of substituting one interval for another, or just simply deleting one interval and inserting the other interval. It takes the minimum of the cost of doing these two operations. So as we can see here, though, there were many choices associated with the cost of substitution and the cost of inserting or deleting. For the cost of insertion, we used music theory to determine this particular cost. For the top row, we looked at using just the semitone distance between these intervals. For the second one, we looked at the difference between consonants of the particular interval, and the final one is the difference of a consonant group. Meanwhile, for insertion and deletion, we've explored different values from 0.1 all the way up to 10. And it's interesting that as you look from left to right, there's this sort of evolution for these different costs of substitutions as we change the cost of insertion and deletion. However, even after we did this and then we applied MDS to get a lower dimensional representation, we still couldn't use latent Dirichlet allocation like before. After all, our data is continuous, so instead we use this Gaussian latent Dirichlet allocation. As a result of that, the themes that we discovered are Gaussian distributions instead of just a discrete probability vector. So that's how we conducted our analysis for chords and voice-leading strands. But what did we gain from doing this analysis? So going back to chords, what we wanted to look at, what we ended up analyzing more closely were paired chords on the beat. As you can see in the lower left-hand picture, it seems that the pieces do seem to well separate into these different themes for this particular notion. So this was the idea that we look at chords on the beat and the chord on the next beat. So in particular, what I want to discuss is theme 3. It's primarily found in pieces in major keys, and it's primarily found in pieces first performed throughout Bach's career. This is in contrast to the other two themes, which are found in pieces in minor keys and also were first performed before 1727. This is interesting because it seems to suggest that Bach might have had two ways to compose pieces in minor keys, but only one way to compose pieces in major keys. The other interesting thing that this seems to suggest is that Bach largely stopped composing chorales in minor keys after 1727. If you'll indulge me in speculating why, in 1727, that was when the Passion of St. Matthew's was first performed. Also, Bach was 4 years into his stay at Leipzig, so maybe he, with the success and feeling comfortable in Leipzig, he decided that he only wanted to compose in major keys for his chorales after that, because he was in a much better place. I don't know. The one last thing I do want to emphasize is that the nice thing about using this as approach is we can also look at what are the top paired chords on the beat, or what are the most prevalent paired chords for this particular theme. What we can see is basically that most top pairs are moves from one chord. In fact, the first three are 1-1, 1 to dominant, and then 1 to major fourth. So given what we said earlier, that this theme was found in major keys, this perhaps seems to suggest that that in chorales that are in major keys, a lot of the chord progressions involve moves from one chord. So it was quite exciting that we were able to discover these themes and to be able to assign musical context to these particular themes. That was, after all, the goal of our particular project. Moving forward, maybe we want to look at applying more themes to get a finer, to maybe get a more finer idea of what, to get a finer idea or to be able to interpret it more musically. But we also want to do this for the voice leading strands. Unfortunately, sort of looking at these particular categories, the themes seem to be similar, but as we saw in the MDS representation, there is a clear pattern, and we want to be able to understand what those patterns mean musically. So that's what we hope to do moving forward.
Good afternoon. This is the last of the sub-projects, just in case you're wondering how many more are to follow. So, our corpus is a collection of folk tunes compiled by James Goodman in southwest Ireland during the mid-1800s. The decision to notate the music seems to have been motivated by the Irish potato famine. Goodman described his desire to preserve the music of his native province, which is fast becoming extinct. By the 1860s, he had compiled manuscripts of over 2,000 dance tunes and song airs, as well as the words for songs in both Irish and English. His transcriptions are from the playing of local pipers. The instrument was the uilleann pipes, that's the Irish form of the bagpipes, and his principal source was a piper named Tom Kennedy, indicated in the manuscripts with the letter K. Here is one such tune, a jig, a dance tune in 6/8 meter, organized in 2 parts with 8-measure A and B sections. Let's hear it. This A-B structure, where both parts are repeated, is typical of the dance tunes in this corpus and indeed in the Irish musical tradition more broadly. One of the questions we're seeking to answer is this: what differentiates an A section from a B section? What can computer-aided analysis tell us about them? Are there, for instance, patterns that are associated with one section or another? Ben will now summarize some of these results.
There we go. Cool. Okay, so the first thing we wanted to find was a way to visualize the melodic contour of these tunes, and we're going to do that by graphing it. So first off, we converted each tune to music XML, like many groups have done here, Then I used Python to basically convert each tune into a list of intervals. So for each note in that tune, we calculate the interval distance in semitones between that note and the first note of the section. This normalizes for key signatures, basically. Once we do that, then we can graph them like you see here. This is TMP40, which is kind of the tune number for that tune that you just heard. This is the graph for the A section of that tune. So you can see it gives us a really clear just visual of literally like the shape of that tune's melody. Our next goal was finding ways to create groups of similar tunes that follow similar melodic patterns. So we assigned each pair of tunes a similarity score that was derived from the difference in interval at every sample point in that tune. Then we used a clustering algorithm to create groups of these tunes. So here you can see the graph for the cluster that TMP40, the A section, falls into. And you can pretty clearly see the melodic similarities between these tunes. These clusters are really useful for us because they allow us to identify these large-scale melodic patterns that are true across many tunes in the corpus. Here you see 40 clusters representing every section of every jig in our corpus. There's a lot of graphs there. But looking at these graphs allows us to test this hypothesis that Professor Hanahan talked about, which was, is there a difference between A and B sections? The answer is yes, there is. So cluster 17 is the one we just saw. That one is 63% A sections, representing a pretty clear divide there. Cluster 23, for example, is 86% B sections. And most of the clusters there have this clear preference towards one type of section or the other, which is pretty cool. One more way to visualize similarities between groups of tunes is with force-directed graphs. So here, each node on this graph represents a single section of a single jig. We used a graph drawing algorithm to group similar sections close together, and more different ones are further apart. A sections are colored in red here, B sections are colored in blue. And what you can see by looking at the graph is that generally sections are clustered with sections of a like type. So A sections are generally with other A sections down in the lower left there. B sections are with other B sections up in the upper right. Again, just confirming that there is a real difference between the melodic patterns found in each of these sections. Also, I've highlighted the cluster that we were just looking at in bright green there down in the bottom left. And what we can see is that not only are the tunes in that cluster right next to each other because of their high degree of similarity, but they're also towards the kind of A side of the graph because that pattern is more common in A sections.
Future work. Clearly, the methodology outlined here can be used for examining reels and hornpipes and for comparing the various dance tunes with one another. Building on this, we're hoping to explore the relationship between dance tunes and song airs being the slow tunes. Namely, what differentiates a fast tune from a slow one, and an instrumental tune from a vocal one. Extending this work, we'd like to compare historical corpora in order to better understand how a corpus can be shaped by place and by instrument. One such example that we could examine would be the collection of harp tunes notated by Edward Bunting at the Belfast Harp Festival of 1792. And that brings us to the end of our presentations for our group. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to MIDAS for generously funding our research. I invite now questions for our entire group. To remind you of who we are.
So we tried a couple different similarity algorithms. The one that we ended up using was a pretty simple, just like Euclidean distance between these arrays of intervals that we have. The idea there being that we're going to compute for each node in that section, we take the difference in interval at that section and then square it and sum them all up and take the square root. So basically this is just giving us and we found it's kind of simple, but it actually did a really good job of predicting tunes that sound similar to each other and yeah, have similar melodic structures. No. So all of these, part of the problem we had with this corpus is that keys are really ambiguous in this type of repertoire. A lot of them are modal, a lot of them just sometimes shift keys in the middle. So what we did was normalize them all. That's why we're basing everything off the interval from the first note. So yeah, that basically essentially normalizes all the keys so they're all on an equal playing field.
Yeah, in this tradition, you often have different versions of tunes, and what was very interesting was that this coding magic and searching and querying that Ben was doing would actually show up those different variants of a particular tune, yeah, which has nothing to do with key.
Okay, if there's no further question, let's move on to the panel discussion. Let's have all the panelists come forward, and we will connect with Danny again. Yes. Hey, Danny, you're on the screen now. Can you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you. And you're on the big screen. Good. Okay, and just so you know,
Okay.
you're on the big screen.
Yep, maybe I should go first because I'm not so sure the way they set up the microphones that I'll be able to hear everyone else. I can hear you while you're by the podium.
Okay, so probably we'll have to kind of repeat the questions, see if the questions come from the audience, or let Marvin help to make sure you hear the questions and hear at least
Sure.
the other
And
panelists somewhat.
Sure. Yep, and if they're
Okay.
to the other panelists, that's no problem. And
Okay.
you don't need to repeat them.
All right,
just the
so-
ones for me. Make it as easy as possible.
Okay, thank you. I'll say a couple words about Marvin, and Marvin will introduce the panelists. So Marvin Parnes is our moderator today. Until very recently, he was the interim executive director of A2RU, which is what? The Alliance for
the Arts and Research University.
Yeah, okay. And before that, he was the managing director at the Institute for Social Research. And before that, he was the associate vice president for research at U of M for many, many years. Marvin has done a lot of amazing things in many different roles. I Googled you, and there are a lot of things I didn't know about you. And at each place, he has played some very he had made some very significant contribution, structural changes, for example, to allow interdisciplinary research to be more effective at U of M. I think, and I want to read a little bit of what else he did. He has held leadership roles in many local, state, and national organizations and associations, including the Council on Governmental Relations, the Michigan Initiative for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, the NIH Office of Intramural Research National Advisory Council, the founder of Imagining America, which is a consortium of 90 universities, chair of the Ann Arbor Area Chamber of Commerce, and most recently chair of the board of directors of the Ann Arbor Summer Festival. So you could see how widely his impact has been. Let me say this, Marvin, I want to be like you when I grow up.
You'll get no rest. No. It's a pleasure. Whoops, is this on? Is this on? Yes. It's a pleasure to be here, and it was so impressive to listen to today's presentations. And I think just the articulation of music and data science that was represented in today's work was really remarkable and such a wonderful indication of what the University of Michigan is capable of when it brings together creative people from different domains. And I think this was just a wonderful illustration of that. I don't want to spend too much time talking. I am not a scientist. I'm a consigliere, so I want to have our more knowledgeable panelists speak. And this is a very general question. You know, when you ask about data science and the future of the arts, it's a very large question. It's meaningful to me also because, I don't know if you know, President Schlissel has announced a major arts initiative at the University of Michigan. And it's in a startup phase, and it is intended to advance the arts in and of themselves at Michigan, but also to look at new ways of arts integration, creativity, in every realm, in terms of research, theory, curriculum, performance. So this program is a very good example of what the future may bring in many other ways. So I just am delighted. So for the questions, I'm going to really be open. I basically gave a lot of latitude to the panelists to talk both in terms of what they see as the challenges, what they've learned in their work that's influenced how they're thinking, and what are they excited about, and what do we need to do in our institutions to advance and promote this work. So it's really open to the panelists first, who will each speak for a few minutes, and then I hope we'll have a little time for engagement with the audience. So I think, Daniel, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, why don't you go first and just take a few minutes, and I will try to not be too rude when I tell you your time is up.
Okay, good. First of all, thank you everyone for having me participate in this. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I'm super excited about this topic and extremely grateful for MIDAS to fund this very forward-thinking program. The project I was involved in with James Kibbe was a pleasure to work in, but it, like a lot of these good preliminary projects, opened up a lot of new questions. You know, we asked more questions than we answered. And I think, let me also echo something that Marvin just said, that the University of Michigan is a stellar place to do this kind of research because we have such great rigorous science, and we also have a top-notch school of music and a culture of collaborating, of going between buildings and working together. So I think the future is bright, and I think one thing the panel should think about is what future topics and ways we could continue this research going forward. So one of the ways is President Schlissel's new arts initiative. I also directed an ideas lab that happened pretty recently on predicting human performance. This is a large program that's not just about music, but I was very happy to have some people from the School of Music, Theater, and Dance participate, and I think we should think about other ways to continue this work. I thought about 4 main questions that I typically think about these things, and one should keep in mind that my background is as a mathematician, and in particular a mathematical biologist, so I'm particularly interested in the biological neuroscience aspects of some of these projects, but I'm also a lifelong musician. So one of the questions that also came up in a lot of the talks was, how do we integrate all these great tools from data science into counterpoint theory and the more traditional music theory? And I'll leave it to some of the other panelists to talk a little more about that. But at least from the mathematical perspective, I think there's a lot of interesting ideas of what tools should we use, how do we align sequences or align melodies, how do we extract important harmonies, and really analyze this large data set. So it is right up the alley of data science. I could see how a lot of this could be used in data science courses to highlight techniques, even very general ones. I'm more interested in how this could be used in music theory classes, or moreover in pedagogy. So the new techniques from data science allow us to be extremely quantitative about performance, and that was one of the great things working with the organ department, is we have an exact representation of what someone actually played. So something James and I have thought a lot about, and we're still working on, is how do you take these abstract ideas and build them into the lesson or into the studio where someone performs, you get some information out, and how does the teacher then interpret that information and help better, teach the student? There's a lot of interesting questions there, and I think we all know that, just raw output from an algorithm, is not going to be enough, that it really just needs to be an aid to help the teacher and the student perform better. Likewise, there's a lot of interesting work right now, thinking about new modes of composition. So, thinking about further applications, how we could, expand this into composition. And there's a lot of interesting things in neuroscience. I think a lot of other universities are ahead of us thinking about neuroscience and fMRI and music. But I think we could be ahead of other places in terms of the digitization of performances. I think that really could lead the pack, because fMRI data is so vast and so huge. When you're thinking about the whole brain, it's hard to often interpret, exactly what's going on. And I'll just leave with one other thought, which I'll also put to some of the other panelists, which is a question of, when we look at these data sets, do we want to go in depth into one particular data set, or do we want to be broad and look at a whole bunch of different time periods or music from different cultures? And this breadth or depth question, is a general one in research, but our team, went for really depth, studying one composer, one specific type of work. I know the last group, instead went for breadth and looked across many different cultures and many different time periods. And, I think there's benefits to both of those approaches. Also by studying, let's say, just Bach, maybe we could, take that and, extract, try and quantify some of the differences between modal and tonal counterpoint in, specific of Bach's works. How do we bring that into more recent works, So I think, there's so much music out there. How do we engage it all is another main question. So I promised I'd ask more questions than I'd answer, and I think I've done that. So maybe I should pass it on to the other panelists.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. So we're going to move right on. And Allie, you're a graduate student in computer science and engineering. And please let us know what you're thinking.
Yeah, so I'm Allie. I'm a second-year PhD student in computer science. I was working on the Sound of Text project with Jonathan. And a couple questions that we were thinking about answering is, the first one is, what am I most excited about for data science and arts research? And when I was thinking about this one, or I think about this a lot when I'm doing my research, but there's so many possibilities about what this research could enable anyone to do. I think the really cool thing about being human is that most of us really like being creative. And there's so many different approaches to exploring music and exploring creativity that, for one, it gives us researchers who are in other fields to kind of flex our creativity muscles, as well as contribute ways that the general public can use new ways to be creative. I am hopeful that some of the work between data science and arts researchers will go toward helping music educators. So for people at a young age who don't have get access to a music or arts education, or it's limited, maybe there are ways that researchers in data science can make this more accessible for people, for young and anyone of any age, if they want to learn something new and be part of a creative process. So one of the things that I learned while working on this project is that it is really hard to quantify creativity, but the really cool thing is that there's so many different creative ways that you can explore the idea of creativity and what that output is for different people. We saw that across the 4 different presentations today, that all of us had in some ways, some of the problems were similar, but we had a variety of different approaches. And I think it's really cool to see people from the linguistics field show how we can use parsing algorithms to parse our music. And I think that's really, really interesting. And I think that because of that, we're going to end up having a lot of more ways to interpret and enjoy music and other art. So what are some of the challenges? So one of the challenges that I think about a lot is how can we make this beneficial? How can we make this research beneficial for people who are making a living off of art? For one, I do believe that we should try to enable the general public to try to be creative, because I think it's very good for us to be able to experience that. But at the other hand, and what some of our groups are doing, including and collaborating with people in the School of Music, we should think, how can we bring in people who make a living off of their artistry, and what can our research do to enable them further? That's what I have.
Thank you. Next. Why don't you introduce yourself again?
Okay. I'm Sam Mukherjee. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Music Theory in the School of Music, Theater, and Dance. And I'm affiliate faculty here at MIDAS as well. And I was on the program committee that organized this thing, so I want to give a kudos to my fellow program committee members for doing this. Right, yeah, sure. So I'll speak from the perspective of not an administrator or someone who's involved even more broadly with the data sciences, but rather someone who approaches this topic specifically from the point of a researcher doing work in music theory, and the connection that might have to data science in particular, but the scientific study of music more broadly. And the one kind of question that the one experience that I've had ever since I started collaborating with all of you here is this one question: is what is music theory? Okay, this is the first question, and sometimes the even more pointed question, which is that, well, something like music theory actually exists as a field of study. People study this thing, and I believe my colleague Nathan, who spoke yesterday, many of you heard him speak, we kind of faced that a couple of times as well yesterday. So I think the issue here is that we have a wonderful opportunity to actually cross disciplinary boundaries and kind of make each other known, to each other. And I think that is, in one way, the biggest challenge, but also the biggest opportunity, because clearly there's a need for us to talk to each other, right? And whether it has to do with collaborations, whether it has to do with issues dealing with teaching and pedagogy, as Danny brought up, or even arts outreach, community outreach, unless we know each other and kind of talk to each other and explore each other's worldviews, we're never going to make any progress on that, right? And that's not only a challenge for, I think, the data sciences, given that a lot of people might not be familiar with what music theorists do. Even though we're just a mile away, we're not that far away. You have to go across the river, but it's just a 20-minute ride on the shuttle. But there's that kind of resistance to this kind of collaboration. Even exists within music or the broader arts, right? Because there's this broad kind of stereotype that if to study music scientifically, okay, let alone using data science or computational methods, kind of robs music of its beauty. Robs it of the wonderful aesthetic experience that one has when listening to music, right? So the idea that there could be something very beautiful about exploring the patterns and the structures that underlie music, and that could give us not only more insight into music itself, but into us as human beings and creativity, as you said, right? Some of those kind of myths that have been kind of holding up conversations across disciplines and across the campuses, I think we have a great opportunity to break them down, and I think that's what we're doing here in MIDAS. And one more thing I want to say is that, specifically to Danny's point about kind of pedagogy here, learning about music and music theory is not only beneficial to kind of help us overcome some of these mental blocks that we might have, and kind of do more research, but it does have very specific applications, specifically in the classroom. And so, for example, this notion of counterpoint has come up a bunch of times today. You heard several of my colleagues in the last talk discuss this idea that a lot of Western music, going back 400 to 500 years, involves the art of combining multiple melodies together, right, in counterpoint. And there are a variety of ways of studying them. We heard Rayleigh talk about species counterpoint a bit in this respect, and Renee and your group, you talked about voice leading strands and one way of modeling counterpoint formally in that respect. But it turns out that there already are principles of counterpoint, which have been discussed by theorists for centuries, and which are even taught today. So there's this whole thing called species counterpoint, with a set of principles for how to deal with dissonances. So neighboring tones, passing tones, and so on, a concept that some of you might be familiar with. And we teach species counterpoint to our students here in freshman kind of music theory, as did Mozart to his students 200 years ago, right? So these ideas already exist. We have pedagogical strategies, we have formal principles, we have ways of recognizing patterns in music that have already existed, and that music theorists talk about in their own little kind of groups up on North Campus or in other music theory departments. And we should find ways to make this aware to larger populations of people, especially people who might actually profit from this both kind of intellectually and pedagogically. And so I guess my final point here is the idea of a genuine interdisciplinarity. Because, we pay a lot of lip service to interdisciplinarity, right? So it's the big kind of talk of the town. And it's great that people read each other's work and they go to each other's conferences, and that you see ideas from music popping up in psychological studies, computational studies, neuroscience studies, and fMRI stuff. And it's great that there are music scholars who care about data, who care about science and evidence and so on. But I think it would profit us all if we actually took the time to learn music theory, to learn neuroscience, to learn computer science, and kind of engage in a more genuine, authentic interdisciplinarity. Because it's a long time coming, and we have a great opportunity right here in MIDAS to do that. So I'll end with that thought.
Next, Greg, who is the director of an interdisciplinary program called Arts Engine, which has been around now for 10 years. So please.
So I think we mentioned a little bit about the A2R2 effort that was born within the Arts Engine program and now has emerged to become part of the Provost's office. We're interested in promoting collaboration across researchers, performers, staff, et cetera, among all of the North Campus schools, including School of Information, which will be coming up to join us in the next year or so. Let me sort of move in a slightly different direction. I was not part of the presentation today, but let me bring up and tell you two stories about performers. Because, of course, we've had a lot of talk about the music that the performers perform, but without the performers, the music would have been seen, not heard. And this goes back to some of my own personal experience. Years ago, I was working with an applied physicist, a PhD student, who was asking the question, what makes Beverly Sills Beverly Sills? All right? And that got us into working with faculty over in the School of Music, Theater, and Dance in the voice department. It also got me, luckily enough, into taking voice lessons from George Shirley, who at that point was one of the pedagogues over in the School of Music. George, if you don't know, was the first African-American tenor to sing at the Met. I was very, 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 very shocked during my first lesson with George because it didn't run like my old piano lessons. In my piano lessons, I would try to play Bach, I'd try to play Schumann, try to play some Mozart, and my teacher would say, that's nice, that's nice. And then he'd go to his piano and say, now, why don't you try playing it like this? There's a real problem for voice students. George Shirley can't look at his 18-year-old soprano and say, sing it like this. And so, very interestingly enough, one of the most used tools in pedagogy, that is acoustic modeling for the student, is denied to the voice teachers. And in fact, reinforcement learning theorists around, the whole thing is done by trial and error. And as you go through your technique section, your 30 minutes of your lesson with your 60-minute session, your 30-minute lesson to build up your voice, you're singing along, and every once in a while your voice teacher will say, yes, yes, precisely so. Now do that again. Well, this got me to thinking, because I'm an engineer, right? And I thought, okay, what is it that George is responding to that I'm missing here? Because I can't replay this thing in my mind. Long story short, I took the signals out. We started doing a little more research. We modeled the acoustics of the voice. We found out that there were ways to essentially reinforce with the student's own voice so that they could improve by listening to their voice or synthetic versions of their voice. It could improve their rate of learning. And that became sort of a technology that we developed that could ultimately be placed over in the students' hands. Major trouble, it took a lot of time. It was computationally intensive. The world has changed. We may be able to start introducing this again. Take this story up another 10 years with the second example that I want to tell you about, again from a performer's standpoint. Talk about no reinforcement. Think about the poor plight of the conducting student. The only chance that they get to actually rehearse with their instrument is for, take it from me, I've taken 2 semesters of conducting, right, over in the school. They get 5 minutes per week. And the rest of the time, you have to sit in front of a mirror. Oh, that was a good downbeat, okay? So I was able to partner through our College of Engineering outreach program. I was able to partner through the multidisciplinary design program with a conducting faculty member who was very interested in this problem. And we, in fact, were able to work with some of these Kinects and other kind of sensing devices to develop essentially a tool that would allow the conductors to have a little box here that would come in just like a musical ensemble when they gave that downbeat, or if they basically gave a gesture that was loud or soft, just so that they could start rehearsing with an instrument, all right? So one of the things that really governs my own research is to look at the needs of performers, particularly in the early stages of their development in working here at a great conservatory like Michigan's. Work with these performers, try to identify some of the tools that they need, and bring those tools up to full speed. There's a lot of data science needed to solve some of these problems and make them real time. Let me just finish then with the challenge. So this obviously has some challenges to it. Let me, however, give you an even bigger challenge. One of the lessons that we learned in working on the conductor problem is that even something like the Kinect, which great for gaming, great for fun, the Kinect simply does not have the bandwidth to sense all of the nuanced gestures of even an elementary conducting student. We had to actually ultimately go to a faster technology, IMU sensors. You find them in your iPhones and things like this. Okay? So we are right now at the cusp of being able to essentially start capturing some of these very fine motor skills that musicians practice. Now let's talk about the students after they graduate. Let's talk about the professional musician. And realize that professional musicians and professional athletes are almost the same. They differ in terms of their use of fine versus gross motor skill. They certainly differ in terms of the expected income, right? But unfortunately, they do not differ with respect to career-ending injuries. Performing arts medicine is a nascent area of development for medical practice as well as medical research as well as pedagogical research and practice research, okay? The statistics are rather grim. For a professional musician, a third of them, depends on the study that you look at, but a third of them will report that they are playing with pain, and they've been doing that for the past 5 years. A third of them, in addition to those, will say that in the last year, they've been working through 3 months of pain. And I think the statistics are over the course of a career, 80% of them have at least had a career-threatening ending physical condition. And this isn't because they were driving cars. It's not because they were typing on the typewriter. It is because they are practicing their craft. So we have the technology now, the bandwidth now, the possibilities now to pull in all of this data from all of these sensors. And again, let's not do all of the extra long-term tough experiments. Let's pipe these into some of these data science techniques to begin identifying what are going to be causing problems, what are going to be good motions that promote good performance and healthy performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. I think we can see there's a range of different ideas, approaches, concerns, but there's also a lot related across what everyone was saying as well. I mean, you can just see the range of stimulation of crosstalk and its activation in multiple disciplines and different stages of knowledge, professional practice, engagement. I mean, there's really so much encapsulated in what people were talking about today. I want us to have a little time. We have a little bit of time left, and I wonder if there are comments or questions. So either if you have a question you'd like to ask the panel, or if you want to add a comment to what you've heard.
Hear me now? There we go. I think this is maybe perhaps primarily a question for the a kind of administrative question, but I'd be happy to hear anyone from the panel weigh in with us if they have thoughts on it. The question is sort of a kind of where do research ideas come from kind of question. And in my own experience, in doing music theoretical work, they often come from a conversation in the hallway with another music theorist, from something that comes up in a class, and so on. And I'm wondering that sort of space for informal discussion with colleagues across disciplines is, of course, something a university doesn't do very well. I wonder if you have any. So it's wonderful we're here having this panel at MIDAS. It's been a wonderful opportunity to discuss these things in this setting, but this is sort of at the end of at least some initial exploratory research. What about the beginning phase where we simply need to have the occasions to bounce ideas off of each other in some of the ways that Sam was discussing? How can we foster, what kind of space could there be at the University of Michigan for informal exchange and discussion that might lead to sparking research ideas in the line of this kind of work?
I think that's a really excellent question. And I've been at the university for 40 years, and I've seen a lot of waxing and waning of efforts to do this. And it often, the structural issues often trump the intellectual interests and engagement of the faculty and students. And it becomes very difficult to create the spaces, time, and incentives to bring people together. And I think I'm saying that, and you all know it's true. In recent discussions that I've been having around the Arts Initiative, we've been talking about this very issue. And we use, we're talking in terms of how do we have more creative, stakeholder engagement around interdisciplinarity. How do we create those opportunities? And it's a challenge to figure out how to do that. Even with the faculty and students are overcommitted and overburdened. So if you get an invitation, come to a chat in this area, how many of you are likely to come? Honestly, raise your hand. I mean, a few people might. But so it's thinking of incentives, and I think programs like MIDAS or at various times other programs. Like years ago, we had a program where we had faculty who wanted to participate in an interdisciplinary sabbatical. This was probably 30 years ago, but where we'd say, do you have some ideas you'd like a course off and to meet with a team, or providing funding opportunities for that. I guess I'm suggesting that there is, faculty can initiate this across the way that people here have, or through their networks, but often I've found it's hard to get kind of the institutional support and space. So I don't have an easy answer, but I think there are people talking about it again.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think just looking in my own path, if this applied physics student hadn't asked the question, we would not have gone over and discovered a realm of more questions, okay? So I think that there's real power in supporting and, if you will, offering competitions, offering a variety of different smaller scale, small time horizon projects for students to try to compete for, or whatever don't take it as a competition, cooperate, whatever you want. But I have found that the student activist model has been very, very useful, at least within my career and looking at some of my colleagues' careers, in bringing us to work with other faculty in other areas. I'll give you an example in point. Years ago, we were approached by someone that wanted to fund a competition called Feel the Music. And it turned out that this fellow's had a friend whose son was deaf. And so he thought, wouldn't it be cool if this guy could start actually having really good ways of feeling music outside of hearing music? So it's a translation issue. We put up a competition. I got involved in this because a bunch of students knocked on my door and said, hey, would you like to join in? I started working with some colleagues over in Performing Arts Technology on this problem. And then we got involved with a fellow named Thomas Zurbuchen, who ultimately formed the Center for Entrepreneurship on campus and is now a NASA engineer. So as much as I think Marvin is correct in the sense that everyone is overstimulated and overcommitted, the secret in the world is that I've discovered at least is that, sorry, but I think students have a little more bandwidth than the rest of us. And they can, and when you sort of start working with students, you pick up their extra bandwidth. It's great. There's a lot of energy. All right. So I think moving in that direction helps.
How do we tell them to go ahead? Go ahead.
Great, thanks. So if I could make 2 quick comments about that. First of all, I think we should be very creative about how we structure events and things, and that's been particularly helpful for me. For instance, I've taught a course at Michigan through the math department where we analyze a lot of the Bach trio sonatas, and I actually, as part of that, performed the Bach trio sonatas in the class and had the students work, this is mainly engineering students, take digitizations of my performances and work on them. So integrating performance into that classroom, the math department never imagined they'd have organ performance in one of their classes, but it worked very well. Or now, when I give talks in math music, I also suggest a public recital, or sometimes it'll go the other way. Like 2 weeks ago, I gave a recital in the Denver area for the American Guild of Organists and gave a public science talk at the Colorado School of Mines. And by integrating it in this unique way, you have a lot more people engaged, a lot more people become a lot more, enthusiasm. So I think thinking out of the box that way is helpful. The other thing I think we have to be careful about is think about these as long-term investments. To go from that coffee, discussion at the water cooler, hey, this is a cool idea, to real research that can be funded by an agency or that leads to important papers is the process of many years. And Michigan, I think, is good in being very forward-thinking in this way. But we do have to be careful. Some programs, in 6 months, we want to see what the benefit is, what the return on the investment is. And some of the stuff we're talking about here, the return on investment, it's going to come and it's going to be amazing, but it might not come for another couple of years.
Other comments, questions? We have one coming up there. There's someone there.
I'd like to say something. It's more of a comment, a series of comments, I'm sure. I, like others, am provoked by many of the statements on the panel. I would like to thank MIDAS for having the vision and the imagination to put together this music initiative. I think it's I can only speak for those of us in our project, but it's forced us and encouraged us and inspired us to work in ways that we had never envisaged. Those of us in theory tend to engage in a lot of close reading. So we in our classroom, we heard Greg talking about making music. We in our classroom talk about understanding music and the intellectual understanding that one has in order to be able to execute physically what they do in the studio. But we look, for instance, at a single score or a single, even sometimes excerpts. We can spend 3 hours studying a few measures. And what's been interesting about this project is to consider large samples of music and to consider lots of music and to think about relationships and patterns and, maybe it's not data science, but for us musicians, this is a lot of music. This is a lot of data in front of us. And to think about, well, what our intuitions are. And then when we study this, does this confirm? Does this... So I think it's a different kind of reading, this idea of distant reading versus close. So I would just like to commend MIDAS, and I hope that this will continue, because I think that this is the kind of collaboration. I think it needs to be institutional to make us all do the work and come together and find the space and the time to make this kind of work happen.
Thank you. We have one more coming. Yes, one more comment. Go ahead.
Lou. All right. First of all, I loved everything that was said on the panel. The question that I have is concerning, we've talked a lot about how we can bring data science to the arts and, get meaningful information out of what we're doing in the arts. I want to know, how can we take, these existing frameworks that we have in the sciences and, help people who work in the arts, who work in theory in the arts, help construct new frameworks for understanding their work. I think about, those like turn of the 20th century movements where everyone started getting super formal and using set theoretic concepts from math in their own fields. How can we help you all, do similar sorts of things with either, data science theoretic things, machine learning theoretic things, or just our own domain expertise and bring that to you all?
That's a great question. Is this on? I think one of the great things, this is to kind of Anya's point as well about, what do you call it, not deeper reading, distant reading, right? So the idea of kind of being able to expand our horizons and think about more music, right, than we are encouraged to, or often are often comfortable with, in our lives as close readers or analysts of music. I think that's great, because the more data you have, right, the more strategies you have to come up with, more creative solutions you have to come up with to be able to understand it and explain it, right? And therefore, I think what MIDAS has helped, certainly our project do, is to look at musics or compare musics that would typically not be compared in that fashion, and therefore come up with models, in this case specifically computational models, but models of whatever kind, to help explore them and explain them better. So it's precisely that idea of going outside your comfort zone and looking at more music, looking at more ideas, and again, that genuine interdisciplinarity that I was talking about a few seconds ago, right? That's the way to do it. I mean, if you keep on looking at the same pieces, the same strategies, the same methods, the same theories, of course there's going to be no progress. And so I think what we're doing here is exactly the right steps in the right direction.
Yeah. I think on the other hand, I actually have a really good example. So I met with this DMA student who was a composer, and she was taking a linguistics course in prosody, and then she was inspired by this course and how she could use what she was learning about the scientific concepts from the linguistics course she was taking and how she could compose something new. And I think part of that is, she got that from a course, but it's really important for the scientific community to engage with anyone, because it can really help with the creative process for other people.
About out of time here, and thank you, and I really appreciate the panel and your willingness to kind of let loose here. So thank you all.
Thank you, all the speakers and the panelists and Marvin, for a wonderful afternoon. So this concludes the workshop and also concludes the 3-day Data Science Symposium, which is our largest event ever. I want to thank everyone who's still here at this late hour on Friday, but also I want to just let you guys know that we're very interested in hearing from you how we can work with you and how we can support you. So if you have ideas how to promote interdisciplinary research, education, how to bring data science together with other disciplines, we're here to listen. So you can go to our website, find our email addresses. My email address is on the back cover of the program. So email, phone call, we welcome all the comments and suggestions.